rains now, really rains, I can usually tell what kind of memory it is going to bring. There is the soft, steady kind of rain that belongs to Sunday mornings and laundry on drying racks and coffee gone lukewarm on the table. And then there is the other kind, the thin, needling rain that hits glass at a slant, the kind that makes the world outside look smeared and distant, like something behind a dirty aquarium wall. That second kind of rain is the one that pulls me back. Tonight, it is that kind. The window beside my couch is filmed in gray, every drop dragging a tired little line as it crawls down. The fridge hums behind me in its familiar, patient way. Somewhere above, a neighbor moves a chair or closes a cabinet, the sound traveling down through the bones of the building like a muffled knock. Out by the road, a car passes with a soft hiss of wet tires. Then another, then silence. If someone walked in here right now, they would say it is peaceful. They would be right, in a way. The light is low, the air is warm, my phone is face down on the table. There are no sirens, no shouting, no heavy boots thudding down a tiled hallway. Just rain and hum and little harmless noises that belong to an ordinary night. But some nights, the ordinary sounds do not feel ordinary. Some nights, the way the rain hits the glass is enough to turn the room into a kind of tunnel, open at one end, leading straight back into a year I've never really left. That was the year the man across the road decided he was done being ignored, and the year our school learned how loud silence can get when adults are scared. Back then, everything looked normal. That is the part that still bothers me. We lived in a small town that could have been cut out of any catalog. Low houses with tidy lawns, swing sets in backyards, basketball hoops over garage doors, chain-link fences that rattled in the wind. The streets curled into each other in sleepy cul-de-sacs. There were trees that dropped leaves in the fall and cicadas that screamed in the summer. And if you listened, the faint, constant hiss of the highway just beyond the last row of rooftops. Our middle school sat a little higher than the houses around it. A long, low building with a flat roof and an almost proud amount of glass. The main entrance had these heavy metal doors that always complained when you pulled them open, a long, rubbery squeak that every kid in town could recognize with their eyes closed. Inside, the hallways echoed with every step. Sneakers squeaked, lockers slammed, laughter rolled down the tile like a wave. My favorite and least favorite place at the same time was the room with the big glass wall. Officially, it was the cafeteria and multi-purpose room, but we never called it that. To us, it was just the big room, the place where lunches happened and assemblies happened and school plays tried their best to happen. One whole side of it was a tall wall of windows, panes stacked over panes, looking out onto a strip of grass, a sidewalk, the road, and directly across that road, a single-story house painted a tired, uneven gray. That house sat a little lower than the others, as if the ground under it had given up. The lawn was patchier, the shrubs by the front step more like uncombed hair. The blinds in the front window never hung straight. They tilted at odd angles, leaving thin, crooked gaps like half-open eyes. In the mornings, when the bus dropped us off, we would tromp past in our lines and our backpacks, and if you glanced just right through the glass wall and across the road, you could see the gray house sitting there like a smudge in an otherwise neat picture. We rode our bikes past it. We walked dogs past it. We cut through the sidewalk in front of it on our way to the little convenience store that sold sugary drinks and salty things in noisy bags. And yet, most of the time, no one really looked at it for more than a second. It was a background object, a piece of scenery our eyes slid over, on their way to more interesting things. But even before that year, something about the house bothered me, though I did not have words for it. It was not dramatic enough to call it haunted, not yet. It was more like the feeling you get when a song skips in the middle of a verse, or when a streetlight flickers every time you walk under it, but stays solid for everyone else. The rest of the block had the soft, cluttered sound of lived-in homes, lawnmowers, a TV laugh track leaking through a screen door, a dog barking too much. The gray house had less. That was what I noticed most, looking back. The way the sound seemed to thin out around it. When wind pushed through our neighborhood, it sent wind chimes crashing into little happy storms on porches. It made flags slap loudly against their poles. It shook loose leaves and rattled fences, but when it passed by that one house, it always sounded farther away, as if the air had to step around it. From inside the school, that dullness was somehow louder. In the big room, during lunch, the noise of a few hundred kids swelled and crashed like an indoor ocean. Trays clattered, metal legs scraped the floor. Someone's water bottle dropped and rolled. Laughter burst and broke into a dozen pieces. Underneath it all, like a persistent low note, there was the faint hiss of traffic on the highway, softened by distance and glass. And beyond the glass wall, cutting a straight line across our view, was the road. On the other side of that road, a strip of grass, a leaning mailbox, a cracked driveway, and that gray house, watching us the way a bad tooth lives quietly in the back of a mouth until the day it explodes with pain. We did not talk about the house much. Once in a while, someone would say they saw a shadow move behind the blinds, or that their parents told them not to trick or treat there, or that they heard shouting one night when the windows were open. Mostly, though, it just sat there, soaking up glances and giving nothing back. If you had asked any of us back then where danger lived, we would have pointed somewhere else. We would have said it was in the stories, on the news, about strangers in vans, in kidnappings in parking lots, and masked faces staring into baby monitors. We would have said it was online, in the chat rooms and message boards adults were so afraid of. We thought danger arrived from far away, on the highway hiss, in headlines, through screens. We did not understand yet that sometimes it just sits across the road for years, in a sagging little house with crooked blinds, close enough to see the way you laugh with your friends at lunch. We thought the danger would come through strangers on the internet or masked men in vans. We never thought it would be the window we biked past every day, full of words written in something that was not paint. Back in 7th grade, my world was small and repetitive in the way only a school year can be. The days stacked on top of each other like cafeteria trays, all the same shape, all carrying slightly different messes. Mornings were for dragging myself through math and science, afternoons for drifting through English and social studies, and the middle of it all, every day, was lunch. If you want to understand how the gray house fit into our lives, you have to start with lunch. The bell would ring with that flat electric buzz, and the hallways would instantly fill with the sound of hundreds of bodies suddenly set free. Lockers slammed like a string of small explosions. Sneakers squeaked on the waxed tiles. People shouted across the noise, laughed too loudly, tried to cram conversations about homework, video games, and crushes into the walk between classrooms. The cafeteria line always smelled faintly of something burning and something too sweet. They served a lot of things, but what I remember most is the pizza. Rectangles of doughy crust with cheese that melted into strange plastic lakes and orange grease that pooled in the corners. The smell clung to the air, mixing with the stainless steel tang of trays and the chemical lemon of whatever they used to wipe the tables. My friends and I had a usual table, about halfway between the serving line and the glass wall. There was Noah, who lived on energy drinks and conspiracy videos. There was Malik, who cared more about basketball than breathing. There was Jenna, who rolled her eyes at everything, but could make anyone laugh when she wanted to. And then there was me, the quiet one with the half-finished sketchbook, and the grades just good enough not to get talked about. We sat in pretty much the same arrangement every day, the same scraping of chairs, the same ritual complaints about the food. If you squinted, you could pretend that the noise of the lunchroom was a kind of safety. Sound meant nothing was wrong. Sound meant the world was busy and normal. Through the glass wall behind us, the world outside carried on differently. Sometimes it was bright, full of sun bouncing off parked cars and the white paint of crosswalk lines. Sometimes it was dim, with clouds dragging themselves low over the street, making everything look heavier. But no matter the weather, the view had the same fixed elements: a strip of grass, the sidewalk, the two-lane road, and beyond it, the gray house. We did not learn the name Dalton for a while. At first, he was just that guy in the gray house, or the weird dude across from school. In 7th grade, adulthood is a distant, blurry country. Most grown-ups are just teachers, parents, bus drivers, neighbors. You do not think of them as people with full stories. They are set pieces, walking rule books, or vague sources of food and rides. The man in the gray house broke even that simple pattern. I remember the first time someone said he watched us. We were sitting at our usual table. It was a windy day. You could hear the gusts pushing at the glass like they were trying to get in. The blinds in the gray house's front window were half open, tilted at an angle that cut the sky into thin, pale strips. One of the 8th graders, a boy with too much gel in his hair, leaned over from a nearby table and jerked his chin toward the window. "You know, he stands there sometimes," he said, like he was sharing a joke. "Just stands and stares at the school. My sister says the cops went to his place once. Says he's not right in the head." Noah latched onto that immediately. "Like what? Watching kids?" he whispered, eyes widening in a way that was part performance, part real fear. The 8th grader shrugged, clearly pleased with the reaction. "They say he never leaves. Curtains closed all the time. My uncle says they got his picture on some list. You know." He lowered his voice on the last words, like the air itself might be offended. "One of those guys. Rumors are funny things in a middle school. They grow faster than anything in science class, and they do not care about facts." By the end of the week, we had heard that the man across the street, now Mr. Dalton, in hushed, exaggerated tones, had been arrested 3 times, or 7, or 12. That he had cameras aimed at the playground. That he had once tried to lure a kid into his yard with candy and then disappeared back inside when a teacher turned around. None of us actually knew. None of us had seen cops on his porch. But none of us know is not a satisfying story. So we filled in the space with whatever made the best shiver run down our spines. I had seen him, though. Not clearly. Not in any way that would hold up in a courtroom, but in the way a shadow at the edge of vision can be more frightening then a face. From our table at lunch, if I twisted around a little, I could see the gray house's front window, framed by the tall panes of the school's glass wall. The angle was such that the cafeteria became a stage, and the house across the road was like a dark theater box where someone might be sitting, unseen, watching the show. Most days, the blinds were drawn in their usual crooked way, tilted so the slats pointed down toward the floor. They caught the light and threw dull stripes across the glass, half hiding whatever was inside. But every once in a while, something would shift. A small, almost lazy movement. A slat would tip a fraction. A darker patch would lean back, like someone stepping away. I told myself it was the wind. On breezy days, the blinds rattled softly. It was subtle, barely there under the cafeteria roar. But if you listened for it, you could hear it. A plastic clicking, a faint, jittery sound, like teeth chattering in a glass mouth. Sometimes, over that, you could hear a television from inside the house, turned up too loud. The voices were always blurred, all vowels and no consonants, merging into a constant mumble of commercials and game shows and talk. There was something desperate about the volume. It was the kind of loud TV that does not come from someone enjoying a show, but from someone trying not to hear anything else. Once, when the weather was nice, and we were allowed to stay outside a little longer after lunch, a group of us stood near the edge of the playground, just inside the line the teachers had drawn in their heads. Beyond that invisible line, the sidewalk and the road and the house. The front door of the gray house opened, slowly, as if the hinges were carrying a burden. The screen door followed with a drawn-out creak that set my teeth on edge. A man stepped out. He was thinner than I expected, in that way some adults get, when it seems like life has been chewing on them for a while. He wore a faded t-shirt and sweatpants that hung unevenly at the ankles. His hair was too long and too short at the same time, like someone had given up halfway through cutting it. He did not look at us, not that first time. He just stood on the small concrete step, stared at the road, and then turned his head slightly, as if listening to something only he could hear. The wind caught the screen door and pulled it wider. It banged softly against the side of the house, then swung back, then forward again, a slow, irritated heartbeat of wood and metal. "See?" one of the other kids whispered. "That's him. Dalton. Freak." I should remember his face more clearly, but I do not. In my memory, his features smudge when I try to focus on them, as if the years have taken an eraser to the details and left only the impression of someone hollow-eyed and far away. What I remember most is not how he looked, but how he moved. Every step, like he was careful not to disturb something fragile under his feet. Every pause full of listening. We watched him until a teacher called us back, and the door closed with a soft, final click that echoed in my chest longer than it did in the air. There were other glimpses. Once, during a math test, when the room had gone unusually quiet, I glanced up and saw, through the classroom window and across the courtyard, that same front window of the gray house. The blinds were open a little wider that day. Behind them, a shape stood very still, just at the edge of the glass. It could have been a coat hung badly on a rack. It could have been a person. The more I stared, the more certain I became that something inside the shadow was staring back. My pencil slipped in my fingers. The lead snapped with a tiny crack that made me jump, even though no one else in the room reacted. When I looked up again, the blinds had shifted just enough to hide whatever had been there. The strangest day came later, on a thin, gray afternoon, when the rain had not yet started, but you could feel it waiting. I was walking home, with my backpack digging into my shoulders, my feet following the same path they always did, along the sidewalk opposite the school. The big glass wall reflected a pale, stretched version of the sky. As I drew level with the gray house, a sound spilled out of its slightly open front window. It was not the usual blur of TV voices. This was sharper, more frantic. Static crackled, then a clipped, official voice spoke, distorted and tinny, followed by another voice answering in a tone that made my ribs tighten. Numbers, codes, words like unit, copy, domestic, officer. It was the staccato rhythm of a police scanner, turned up too loud in the middle of the day. I slowed without meaning to, my sneakers scuffing the sidewalk. In my head, I made it into something harmless. Maybe he was watching a crime show. Maybe it was a movie with bad sound editing. That made more sense, and seventh graders cling to whatever makes sense. I walked faster after that, not looking directly at the window, pretending not to hear the burst of static that followed me down the block like a swarm of invisible insects. Years later, when I heard a police scanner for the first time in a squad car recording online, the hairs on my arms rose so fast it felt like someone had grabbed my skin from underneath. The sound was the same, those clipped, urgent syllables riding on a bed of static, that constant hum of crisis. That was when I understood that on that ordinary walk home, the man in the gray house had not been watching a show. He had been listening in. He had been tuned to the frequency of trouble, standing in his dim living room, blinds tilted, eyes on a school full of kids who still thought he was just a shadow behind the glass. The last Halloween before the lockdown did not feel haunted at first. It felt cheap and plastic the way most suburban Halloweens do now. Too bright orange aisle at the big box store, costumes that came in crinkly bags, fake cobwebs that clung to everything except the spots you were trying to decorate. The air that evening was just cool enough to make you see your breath if you exhaled hard. Leaves scraped along the pavement in dry little spirals. Porch lights clicked on up and down the block, switching the neighborhood from gray to a patchwork of warm yellow circles and blinking jack-o'-lantern faces. Somewhere, a Bluetooth speaker looped the same 5 spooky sounds over and over. Chain rattles, wolf howls that sounded more like small dogs, a woman's stock scream dragged out too long. Grace came over just before dark, her costume already half falling apart. She had tried to be a ghost, but the sheet was too short, and her mom had cut crooked eye holes that made her tilt her head to see properly. I had a mask I barely wore, some cheap plastic skull that made my face sweat and my breath hot and sour. Mostly I kept it pushed up on my head, the stretchy strap biting into my hair. Our parents did the usual warnings at the door. Stay together, do not go inside anyone's house, stick to the route we talked about, be back by 9. They smiled the whole time, as if smiling made the words less serious. The candy bowl by the door was already spilling over with fun-sized bars, those tight little parcels of sugar and marketing. We set off with our pillowcases and plastic pumpkins, moving into the soft river of kids that was already flowing along the sidewalks. There were tiny witches holding their moms' hands, dinosaurs whose tails kept tripping them, teenagers in half-hearted costumes that were mostly just their regular clothes, with a mask added. The sky held on to the last gray-blue light for a while, then dropped it all at once. Houses announced themselves. Some glowed with strings of orange and purple lights. Some had inflatable ghosts that wheezed and bobbed in the slight breeze. Cheap animatronics jerked to life as we walked by. A skeleton that popped out of a fake coffin with a mechanical shriek. A plastic spider that dropped a few inches on a string and wiggled. Every few steps, a motion sensor giggled or groaned. The whole neighborhood sounded like a haunted house designed by a committee. Overlapping tracks of electronic cackles, the thump of bass from a party somewhere. Kids yelling, "Thank you," with their mouths already full. Candy rattled in buckets. Latches clicked as doors opened and closed and opened again. We had a map in our heads, where the full-size candy bars were, which porches gave out toothbrushes, who always ran out early. The gray house across from the school was not on the map. "He doesn't do candy," Grace said as we slowed at the corner where our street tilted toward the school. Her voice was muffled under the ghost sheet. "My dad says we give that one a wide berth." Across the road, the school sat in its own pool of darkness. The big glass wall of the cafeteria reflected only pinpricks of distant streetlights now. The parking lot was empty, its painted lines barely visible. Directly opposite it, the gray house crouched back from the street, its porch light off, every window dark. No fake gravestones on the lawn, no carved pumpkins, no speakers playing witch laughter. Just a square of deeper shadow in a night full of stage props. We stood for a moment where the sidewalk bent. In my candy-heavy hand, the plastic pumpkin handle bit into my fingers. "We could still knock," I said, not because I wanted to, but because 7th graders are allergic to admitting they are scared. Grace tipped her head so she could see better through the lopsided eye holes. "You first," she said. We both knew we would not. There was something about that dark house that did not fit with the rest of the evening's fake, noisy fear. Everything else was designed to be scary in a way that circled back immediately to safety. You screamed, then laughed, then reached for another fun-sized bar. The gray house did not offer that loop. It felt like a place where fear would just keep going. "Come on," Grace said at last, tugging at my sleeve. "The Martins have Reese's. Let's hit them before the little kids take all the good stuff." We turned away. Our footsteps joined the soft shuffle of everyone else's, and the gray house slid out of our peripheral vision, back into the blind spot where we had kept it for years. By the time we made it home, our bags were heavy, our teeth hurt, and the house across the street from the school had returned to where it preferred to live, unmentioned. The next morning was one of those thin, pale mornings after too much excitement. The sky looked washed out. Pumpkins on porches were a little slumped, their carved mouths beginning to soften at the edges. Foam gravestones leaned at odd angles as if whatever they marked had shifted underneath. I got on my bike with the kind of sugar hangover only kids can get away with. A sticky film still on my teeth, my stomach a reluctant knot. The air smelled faintly of damp leaves and cold plastic. Wheels whispered over grit on the sidewalk. My chain clicked every third revolution, a tiny warning I had promised my dad I would let him look at soon. As I approached the stretch of road in front of the school, I noticed a knot of adults gathered on the sidewalk opposite the big glass wall. They were standing near the gray house, clustered together in that particular way that means something unusual has happened, but no one knows how to react to it yet. A few had coffee mugs in hand. One woman clutched a leash, her small dog forgotten at her feet. Its leash pulled almost taut as it sniffed aimlessly at the grass. Curiosity did what curiosity always does. I slowed, coasting the last few feet until I could put a foot down near the edge of the group. Voices floated back to me in fragments. Have you ever? He must be. That's going too far. All of them hovering somewhere between amusement and unease. Then I saw the window. It was the front window of the gray house, the one that faced the school, the one where I had seen shadows and blinds before. The blinds were raised now, all the way up, revealing glass that looked wrong even from a distance. Something dark coated it from the inside, sweeping in thick, vertical strokes. Someone shifted, and I found a clear line of sight. The words came into focus all at once, like a picture finally resolving. Don't come here, or I'll kill you. Each letter was a little uneven, wobbling where a hand had trembled, but they were unmistakable. The strokes were thick in some places, thinner in others, leaving behind trails and drips that had dried into rough edges. The color was not the bright, cheerful red of store-bought blood gel. It was darker, browner at the edges, clotted in the grooves where the lines started and stopped. In a few spots, it had run down the glass in slow, heavy tears, forming hardened droplets along the bottom of the words. My first thought was not that it was real. Your brain does not want that to be the first thought. It swerved towards safer explanations. Paint. Some kind of Halloween prank taken way too seriously. A very committed attempt at being edgy. Wow, a man near me said. His voice pitched just a little too high. He really went all in this year, huh? A woman answered with a laugh that was mostly air. Must be fake blood or something. You can buy that stuff by the gallon now. People do crazy things for Halloween. There was a soft chorus of phone sounds as people lifted their devices. Screens glowed in the pale morning. Shutters clicked. Someone turned on their camera's fake snap sound, so every picture came with a bright artificial chick. That felt wrong next to the words on the glass. That's going straight on Facebook, another voice said. Oh my God, look at this angle. You can get the school in the background. Creepy neighbor goes too far. A few of them stepped a little farther into the yard to get better shots, feet crushing the dead grass, shoes knocking against a plastic pumpkin that sat on the porch, still uncarved. One woman cupped a hand around her eyes and leaned in close, peering through the smeared letters as if hoping to see a smirking face behind them. Someone ready to shout, "Gotcha!" The house did not oblige. The interior behind the message was dim, a flat darkness broken only by the vaguest suggestion of furniture outlines. If anyone was inside, they were standing very still. Somebody must have called the police, because eventually a cruiser rolled slowly down the street. You could hear it before you saw it, the low, steady engine hum, the faint buzz of the radio inside. It did not turn on its lights. It did not stop right away. It rolled past once, the officer inside glancing sidelong at the house, the crowd, the window. The car kept going, its sound fading into the distance like a question no one wanted to answer. See, someone said. If it was really a problem, they'd be all over it. The message stayed. I biked home that afternoon, past the same window, the same words. The sun had shifted by then, throwing a glare across the glass that made the letters look even stranger, their edges catching the light in dull, dried streaks. That night, as the first light rain began to fall, I lay in bed and tried not to think about it. The image kept sliding back behind my eyelids, Thick strokes, misshapen letters marching across the pane, promising violence in a clumsy, exhausted hand. Over the next few days, the rain did what rain always does. It found the weak spots, the little imperfections in the seal between glass and frame. It made tiny, patient paths. The letters began to blur at the bottom, their sharp points softening into irregular smears. Color bled down in slow, lazy rivulets, making it look less like writing and more like something had been dragged downward over and over. Walking past on my way to school, I could smell it when the wind hit just right, carried low and heavy along the sidewalk. It was faint, nothing anyone would notice if they were not already thinking about it. A metallic tang, like old pennies rubbed between your fingers, or the inside of your mouth when you bite your cheek. Neighbors joked less as the days went on. The crowd thinned. The phones stopped coming out. The words remained until they were more stained than sentence, until the glass looked like it had cried something dark and then tried to pretend nothing had ever happened. When people talk about that Halloween now, the way they remember it depends on who was standing where. Some say it was obviously a joke from the start. Some say they always had a bad feeling about it. Some do not remember it at all, their minds having filed the whole thing under weird holiday stuff and moved on. What I remember is a group of adults standing in front of a house that had been quietly wrong for years, choosing to laugh at the clearest message it had ever given them. Everyone agreed it was just decoration. No one asked why the letters looked like they were drawn from tired, shaking arms, or why the rain smelled like pennies when it hit the glass under that window. The day the curtains fell did not start out any darker than usual. It was just another gray midday in the long stretch of gray that school years become. The sky had been the color of dirty dishwater since morning. Thick clouds pressed low enough that it felt like you could reach up and smear them with your fingers. By lunchtime, a thin drizzle had started, the kind that does not commit to being real rain, but still manages to soak everything if you stay out in it long enough. From inside the big room, the drizzle was only a sound and a surface. It tapped softly against the tall glass wall, each drop making a tiny, inconsequential noise that got swallowed by the louder ones. Scraping chairs, cheap plastic trays skidding across tabletops, the overlapping roar of a few hundred voices fighting for space in the air. The smell of pizza and fries and spilled milk clung to the room like another, thicker kind of weather. I was at our usual table with Noah and Malik and Jenna, midway through a conversation that had started as a complaint about homework and had somehow evolved into an argument about which horror movie monster we would actually survive. Malik was insisting that he could outrun a zombie. Jenna was explaining with clinical detail exactly how we would all die in the first 10 minutes. And Noah was busy inventing a monster that fed on bad math grades. My tray was a mess of half-eaten food and smears of sauce. I was picking at the crust of my pizza, not really listening anymore, half watching the rain make faint, jagged lines down the glass. Beyond the window, the world looked slightly out of focus. The road was a wet, dark strip. The gray house sat hunched on the other side, its windows reflecting nothing but the dull sky. The first boom punched through the noise like a fist through paper. It was loud, but not the way a shout is loud. It was low and heavy, a bass note that seemed to come from underneath everything else. I felt it before I fully heard it. A sudden pressure in my chest, a brief squeeze around my ribs, the air changing texture for a second. The metal legs of the table trembled against my knees. For a heartbeat, The entire room paused. Forks hovered halfway to mouths. Conversations clipped off mid-syllable. Even the fluorescent lights seemed to buzz a little softer. It was not silence, but something like a hole in the sound, a dent where all the noise tried to rush out and then stumbled. "Thunder," someone near me said, relief stuffing the word full of casualness. "It's just thunder." A few kids nodded. Someone laughed too quickly. The cafeteria swallowed the interruption and tried to go back to being what it had been: loud, busy, safe. Then the second boom landed. This one was sharper, closer, as if whatever had made the first noise had taken a few steps forward. The air jumped. My chest vibrated. A plastic cup of red juice on a nearby table tipped, its contents sloshing out in a quick, bloody arc across the surface before dripping to the floor. "Okay, that's not just thunder," Jenna muttered, her eyes flicking toward the windows. "Thor," someone joked, but their voice cracked halfway through the name. The third boom came hard on the heels of the second. Boom! The sound shot through the room like a thrown object. Chairs scraped as kids flinched in their seats. A fork slipped out of someone's hand and clinked too loudly against a tray, making the person next to them jump again, as if off a delayed echo. The air took on a metallic taste, or maybe that was just the way my tongue pressed against the back of my teeth when I clenched my jaw. By the time the fourth boom hit, the word thunder had completely abandoned us. It was the loudest of all, a sound that felt like it had weight, like if you could see it, it would be a heavy, invisible block dropped from a height. The table under my hands shuddered. Somewhere in the room, a kid screamed, a high, unpracticed sound that sliced straight through the murmur. Another scream joined it, then another, until a few voices were straining up above the rest, wild and thin. The transformation from ordinary cafeteria chaos to something else happened in seconds. Conversation did not fade, it snapped. The roar of talk and laughter sucked backward into a tight, punched-out hush. My ears rang in the hollow space left behind. The drizzle on the glass suddenly sounded much louder, its gentle tapping against the window panes, turning into 1,000 tiny, insistent fingers. In that pocket of almost silence, you could hear individual sounds with painful clarity. The squeak of sneakers as someone stood up too fast, the rattle of a tray sliding off the edge of a table and smacking onto the floor, the quick, shaky breath of the kid sitting next to me. Then the PA system crackled to life. Usually, when the loudspeaker came on, there was a chime or a little clip of canned music. This time, there was just raw static, a broken ripping sound, like someone crumpling foil next to your ear. The microphone picked up a murmur of voices in the office, a chair scraping, a cough. Then the dean's voice came through. We all knew his voice well. The steady, slightly bored tone he used for morning announcements and a reminder that the dance is this Friday speeches. This was not that voice. This voice was pitched a little too high, stretched tight over something it could barely contain. "This is a code red lockdown," he said. The words stumbled over each other in their hurry to get out. "This is not a drill." Repeat, "This is not a drill. Teachers, get students inside now." The phrase, "not a drill," hit harder than any of the booms. Fire drills were familiar. We did them, lined up, and walked outside and rolled our eyes, and joked. Lockdown drills were rarer, but we still filed them under the same category: pretend emergency, forced practice, something to break up the monotony. They were never urgent. they were never this voice. Around the room, you could watch the adults' faces change as if someone had flipped a series of switches. The lunch monitors, the teachers on duty, the staff by the doors. People we had always known as rule enforcers and line formers and tray reminders suddenly looked like something else. Their eyes sharpened, their mouths flattened, shoulders went rigid. "Everyone out of your seats," one teacher shouted, her usual patient tone gone. "Move. Now. Leave your food. Line up. We are going to the multi-purpose room. Move." Trays were abandoned where they lay. Pizza slid slowly off plates and flopped onto the tables. Milk cartons tipped and bled white rivers that disappeared between the plastic ridges. The scraping of chairs being shoved back became a storm of metal on tile. Noah's elbow knocked into mine as he stood. "What was that?" he whispered. But before I could answer, we were already being funneled toward the door, bodies pressing close in a way that suddenly felt less like friends and more like a herd of animals being driven somewhere they did not choose to go. The sound in the room tried to rise again. Questions, nervous jokes, half-formed theories, but every time it swelled, an adult voice cut across it, sharp and commanding. "Quiet, stay together, move quickly." The chaos did not entirely disappear, but it shifted, became more frantic underneath the enforced orders, like a river forced through two narrow banks. As we were pushed along with the others, someone behind me grabbed my sleeve. I turned and saw a kid from my science class, a short boy named Lucas, whose hair never seemed to lie flat. His eyes were too wide, pupils swallowed by dark. "I saw something," he said, words tripping over each other in his hurry. "Right before, outside." "What?" I asked, already being yanked forward by the tide of movement. "Across the road," he said, "in front of the gray house. Something moved. Like..." He lifted his hand, made a quick, sharp gesture in the air, as if mimicking a figure cutting across a narrow strip of space. Like somebody was out there, running. And then, another adult voice crashed over us. "Eyes forward, guys. Keep moving." A hand landed on my shoulder, steering me back in line. Lucas was separated from me by a thicker wave of bodies, drawn sideways as a different teacher redirected his group. I caught one last fragment as he was pulled away, his voice cracking on the words. "I swear, there was someone." The rest got swallowed up in the scrape and shuffle and shouted instructions as we spilled out of the cafeteria and into the hallway. The sound of the rain on the tall glass windows now a constant needling hiss behind us. At the time, his insistence felt like just another rumor trying to be born in the middle of chaos. Something to be filed next to thunder and monsters and nervous laughter. Later, when the booms stopped being abstract and the man in the gray house stopped being just a shadow behind the blinds, I would find myself thinking of Lucas's unfinished sentence, that quick slice of movement he swore he saw between the school and the sagging porch across the road. The hallway between the cafeteria and the multi-purpose room had never felt long before. It was just the stretch of floor you trudged down for assemblies, the short, echoing tunnel you cut through on rainy days when you were not allowed outside. That day, it swallowed us. We poured out of the cafeteria in a rush that did not look like any of the orderly drills they showed us in safety videos. Trays lay abandoned on tables, some still rocking slowly from the last shove. Food slid in slow motion across plastic surfaces, leaving greasy smears and puddles of milk that dripped off the edges and splattered onto the floor. A lone apple rolled in a wobbling arc until it bumped against a chair leg and spun in place, as if trying to decide which way to fall. The screech of table legs scraping against the tile followed us into the hall, metal claws dragging behind us. Footsteps echoed off the walls, overlapping in a frantic, disorganized rhythm. We were supposed to walk in lines, 2 by 2. Instead, we clumped and clustered, shoving and stumbling and grabbing at each other's sleeves. "Keep moving. Let's go. Let's go." The teachers' voices bounced off the ceiling, sharper than we had ever heard them. Someone bumped into my back, hard enough to make me stagger, my shoulder brushing the cinder block wall. The hallway smelled like sweat and cafeteria food and something new underneath, the thin, bitter tang of fear. At the far end, the double doors to the multi-purpose room stood open, their metal edges scuffed from years of gym equipment being rolled through. Beyond them, the space yawned wide and tall. Usually, stepping into that room felt like a small relief, the sense of coming into air after being squeezed through the narrower hallways. That day, it felt like walking into a mouth. We spilled inside in waves. The sound changed immediately. The cramped, bouncing echoes of the hallway fell away into the thicker acoustics of the big room. Our footsteps spread out. Our voices rose and scattered toward the high ceiling. The air seemed larger, but not freer. The multi-purpose room was a place of too many uses. During assemblies, rows of folding chairs would be set up facing a small stage at one end. Sometimes there were bleachers pulled out along the side for games. On rainy days, teachers lined students up against the walls in neat board rows. A basketball hoop hung high, its net slightly torn. The faint, sweet smell of floor polish fought with the lingering ghost of old sweat and popcorn. And along one entire side of the room, from polished floor to exposed metal beams overhead, the glass wall looked out at the world. It was taller from inside than it ever looked from outside, an expanse of vertical panes framed by thin metal bars. In good weather, sunlight flooded through and painted long rectangles on the floor. You could see the grass, the sidewalk, the road, the gray house. You could see the tops of kids' heads bobbing as they came and went, the occasional car rolling by, the changing clouds. It was the room's proudest feature, the thing that made it feel more open than any other place in the school. "Sit down, against the wall, away from the windows." The instructions chopped the space into new shapes. Teachers spread out like a moving fence, herding us toward the opposite side of the room, away from the glass. The words, "against the wall," and "away from the windows," did something strange in my mind. They took the thing that had always felt like the best part of the room and turned it into a threat. "Back, back, back," another adult called, clapping sharply. "Sit all the way down, knees in, stay quiet." We moved, a shuffling, tripping mass, backing away from the glass as if it had become suddenly hot. My sneakers squeaked against the polished floor as I slid into a spot along the far wall, my back hitting the cold cinder blocks with a dull thump. Around me, kids collapsed into sitting positions, some with their arms wrapped around their knees, some still clutching phones or crumpled napkins in tight fists. From where I sat, I could still see the windows. The rain had picked up, the drizzle turning into a steadier fall. Drops struck the glass in a relentless pattern, vertical lines chasing each other down. Beyond those watery streaks, the road shone dark, and the gray house crouched on the other side, its outline blurry, its front window a rectangle of deeper shadow. For a moment, everything held still. Then someone shouted near the far corner, "Get those curtains down!" I had forgotten the curtains existed, They were almost invisible when they were tucked up, rolled and bunched along the top of the glass wall like thick, sleeping snakes. We had only ever seen them used once or twice for plays that needed a dramatic entrance. As the drama teacher liked to say, they were heavy, black, and meant to block out light for projectors or performances. Now, staff members rushed to the ropes and chains that controlled them. Hands gripped cords. There was a sharp jerk, a rattle, and then the sound of metal rings scraping along their rods. A harsh, clattering slide that grated on my teeth. The curtains began to fall. They did not flutter like the light ones you see in houses. They came down in dense, dark sheets, each section dropping with a heavy whump that sent a faint puff of air rolling into the room. The fabric swooshed as it descended, the sound like something big and soft exhaling. Daylight disappeared in long, vertical bites. In the narrow gaps between the falling curtains, I caught snatches of the outside world. A sliver of gray sky, a fragment of the road, empty and slick. A narrow piece of the school lawn, stirring in the wind, and, framed briefly between two black panels as they slid down, the gray house across the road, looking smaller and lower than ever under the weight of the rain. Its front window was dark, the blinds inside still crooked, slanted at that uneasy angle I knew too well. Then the last curtain hit the floor with a dull, soft thud, and the world outside was gone. The room dimmed, not into full darkness, but into a kind of deep, cloudy twilight. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, their pale glow suddenly too cold, too artificial. The sense of space shrank. Without the line of sight to the street and the house and the moving sky, the multi-purpose room felt narrower, the ceiling lower. More than the light changed, the sound changed. With the glass exposed, we had been able to hear the rain as a simple, gentle tapping, the noise of water meeting glass. We could hear, faintly, the hiss of the highway, the occasional whoosh of a passing car, the distant bark of a dog. All of it blended with the internal noise of kids and footsteps and chair legs until it made one big constant roar. With the curtains drawn, the outside sounds turned strange. The rain became a muffled scratching, less like droplets and more like fingernails dragged again and again down thick fabric. Each impact was softened, drawn out, as if the curtains themselves were absorbing the blows. Sirens, were there sirens? Reached us in warped fragments, high notes bending oddly as they filtered through glass and cloth and concrete. The room was full of students, but voices dropped to a low, anxious buzz. Whispers crawled along the rows, too soft to make out words here, too scattered to form full sentences there. Every now and then, a sharper sound cut through, a sob someone tried to swallow, the squeak of a shoe as a kid shifted their weight, the click of a phone button being pressed just long enough to kill its screen's glow. "Phones away," one of the teachers said, but his voice did not carry the usual authority. It was tight, fraying at the edges. I looked over at the staff near the doors. Normally, during assemblies, they leaned against the walls or lurked near the exits with the comfortable slouch of people on half duty. Today, their bodies were all angles and tension. One teacher I recognized from the 8th grade hallway strode to the main entrance and twisted the lock with a loud, final clack that echoed through the room. It startled more than one kid into flinching. That teacher, Ms. Henson, was someone I had only ever seen smiling before, always with a little group of girls orbiting her desk after school, asking about makeup or college, or anything except homework. She had the kind of warm, effortless laugh that made it easy to forget she was the one in charge of detentions. In my memory up until that day, she existed only in soft poses, leaning back in her chair, gesturing with a dry erase marker, tucking hair behind her ear as she listened. Now, after locking the door, she did something that did not fit any of those versions. She stayed there. She did not turn away. She did not step back and rejoin the other teachers in their loose line along the wall. She planted her feet, turned her body so her back pressed flat against the cool metal, and leaned into it with her full weight. Her palms spread on the door, fingers splayed, as if she expected something on the other side to hit it, hard. Her eyes did not sweep the room to check on us. They stayed fixed on the seam where the two door panels met, on the slender strip of nothingness that could, at any second, become an opening. It struck me in that moment. In a way, the booms and the announcement hadn't quite managed yet. That whatever was happening was not just a story we were going to laugh about later. Guns were still an idea to me then, a shape on screens and in other people's tragedies. I had seen them in video games, in movies, in the news, but they lived in that distance, safely lodged behind glass and pixels in the comfort of somewhere else. I did not see one that day. I did not see a barrel, or a flash, or a person holding one. What I saw was a teacher who had always been kind, pressing herself against a door like a human barricade, muscles tight under her cardigan, jaw set, eyes shining with something very close to fear. That image lodged itself somewhere deep and private in my mind. Years later, when I try to remember the sound of the booms, it is fuzzy around the edges. Thunder and metal and the crack of dropped trays, all blurred together. But I can still hear, perfectly clearly, the small, strained hitch in Ms. Henson's breathing as she leaned her whole body against that locked door, bracing for an impact none of us had seen yet, but all of us had started to feel. We did what we were told. We sat down and stayed down. The teachers wanted us low, small, controlled. Against the wall, knees pulled in, backs pressed to cold cinder block. The floor smelled faintly of dust and old polish and the rubber of 1,000 sneaker soles. The space filled and filled until there was hardly any floor left to see. Kids pressed in along the walls and in loose rows stretching toward the center, shoulders touching, legs overlapping. There was nowhere to put your hands that did not brush someone else's knee or elbow. Warmth gathered quickly, a humid layer of shared breath and fear laid over the coolness of the room. Inside pockets, phone shivered. You could feel them, a buzz against a thigh, the faint thrum in the pocket of a hoodie. No one had their ringtone on, not after the last assembly lecture about distractions in class. But the vibrations made their own kind of sound, tiny, insect-like tremors that only we could hear. I thought about pulling mine out, just to see if my mom had texted, if any kind of explanation had arrived in the form of glowing words. My hand slipped toward my pocket, then stopped halfway. It felt wrong to move too much, wrong to light up the darkness more than it already was, wrong to look down when whatever we were supposed to be afraid of was somewhere out there, beyond the curtains, walking around in the day. "Stay off your phones," one of the teachers whispered along our row. "Eyes up, stay alert." It was a strange thing to say in a room where we were also being told not to go anywhere, not to do anything. Alert for what? The dark behind the curtains? The thin line of crackling sound from the PA, now silent again? the shift of weight in 100 pairs of knees as we all tried to find a position that did not hurt. Noah could not stay still. Sitting still had never been his talent, even in good times. Now, pinned to the floor, with his back to the wall and his legs tangled with everyone else's, he looked like he might vibrate out of his skin. His eyes kept flicking from the curtains to the closed doors to the cluster of teachers near the entrance. "I'm gonna go here," he muttered. "Don't," I said, instinctively. But he was already moving, uncurling himself with a series of practiced twists that barely disturbed the kids on either side of him, then sliding on his knees through the small gaps between bodies. He kept his head low, his shoulders hunched, like he thought if he was small enough, the adults would not notice. I watched him weave his way toward the door area, the place where Ms. Henson still leaned with her back against the metal, her hands splayed like she was holding something in or out. Other staff stood nearby, a knot of nervous adults trying to look like they were in control. Their voices were low, their words impossible to hear from where I sat. The room had settled into a strange kind of hum. Whispers layered on whispers, soft as moths' wings. Every now and then, the hush was punctured by something louder, a quick sob from a sixth grader who was too young to know how to swallow it, the scuff of a shoe dragging against the floor, the sharp, dry crack of someone popping their knuckles over and over as their fingers searched for something familiar to do. It was like we had all become part of the same nervous machine. Each tiny sound was a gear turning, a lever shifting, a small, jittery movement waiting for the next bigger one. I lost sight of Noah in the crowd near the front. I imagined him, small and stubborn, edging as close as he could to the teachers, tilting his head to catch their words. I tried to picture what their faces looked like up close. From where I sat, all I could see were their silhouettes against the dim light, the way their shoulders pressed together, the way their hands never rested entirely at their sides. Time stretched. It was impossible to tell how long we sat there. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been an hour. My legs started to tingle, then go numb. My back protested against the unyielding wall. The rain's muffled scratching on the curtains grew more relentless, like it was trying to burrow through. Every so often, someone would whisper, "What's happening?" and get no answer. Rumor filled the vacuum quickly, thin and wild. I heard there's someone in the building. No, they said outside. Somebody said bomb. It's not a bomb, you idiot. You don't hear bombs 4 times. Each theory landed, fluttered weakly for a moment, then fell apart under its own weight. We were all waiting for someone to give us the official story, the version with adult words and clear edges. Instead, we had to make do with our own, stitched together from scraps and fear. When Noah slid back to our section, it was like watching a message physically threading its way through the crowd. Heads turned as he passed. Hands reached out to steady him or pull him down so he would not be too visible. By the time he slumped back against the wall beside me, a little circle had already opened up, kids leaning in, drawn by the gravity of fresh information. His face was pale, eyes too bright. He breathed fast, little gusts of air that smelled faintly of whatever he had managed to eat before the boom started. "What did you hear?" Jenna whispered, her usual sarcasm stripped away, leaving her voice thin. Noah swallowed. You could see his throat bob, the tendons in his neck standing out. He looked at each of us in turn, as if gauging how much we could handle. Then the words spilled out anyway, tumbling over each other like they were in a hurry to escape his mouth. "It's the house," he hissed. "The house across the street. It's him." My stomach dropped, slow and heavy. "Mr. Dalton?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He nodded. "The teachers? They were talking to the office, and the office is on the phone with cops or something. I heard them say, the residents across from the school. They said he's barricaded himself on his porch or yard. He's got a gun." The circle tightened. Bodies leaned in. The air around us seemed to grow denser. "He's threatening to kill himself," Noah went on, his voice lowering further. "And he said if any officer comes near, he'll shoot them too. One of the teachers said he told them he'd take anybody who tries to move him with him." Someone sucked in a breath, a wet, frightened sound. "That's not funny," Malik muttered. "I'm not joking," Noah snapped back, a little louder than he should have. A couple of heads down the row turned toward us. He dropped his voice again. "They said he called somebody. The cops, the school. I don't know. They said he keeps saying they didn't listen to his warnings, that he told people not to come." My mind flashed back to the Halloween letters, huge and red on the glass. "Don't come here or I'll kill you." Noah kept talking. Each sentence, another little weight dropped into the pit of my stomach. I heard one of them say he's on the registry, like the list, you know? And he's been watching the kids for a while. Those were their exact words. Watching the kids. A ripple passed through our tiny group. The idea of being watched suddenly felt less like playground paranoia and more like a slow, invisible threat that had been threading through our days unnoticed. "But he's outside, right?" someone whispered. "He's not in here." "That's what they said," Noah answered. "On his porch or in the yard. They're trying to talk him down." "That's what the counselor said. We're letting the professionals talk him down." Talk him down. The phrase made me picture a man standing on a ledge, wind tugging at his clothes. Someone below with a megaphone and open hands. But in this version, the ledge was our street, the drop was our school, and down could mean anything. The tension spiked with every new detail Noah gave us. For a moment, the whole scenario sharpened in our minds. A man with a gun across the road, cops crouched behind their cars, teachers inside trying to keep us quiet, the rain falling on all of it, blurring edges. Then nothing happened. No new booms, no sirens rushing up to the building, no shouted commands through the PA. Just more waiting, more breathing, more tiny, restless sounds. The fear did not leave. It spread out, thinned, seeped into every corner of the room. Kids shifted on the floor, uncomfortable and tense. Someone started quietly praying under their breath. Someone else began listing football stats, like if they could hold on to numbers, they could keep the larger, scarier ones, calibers, distances, times, at bay. The sin wave of that hour had a cruel rhythm. Every time a teacher's radio crackled, or a door hinge squeaked, or the faint sound of a siren rose beyond the curtains, our bodies jumped to attention. Hearts raced, breath caught. Then the moment would pass. No one burst in to tell us to run. No one announced that everything was fine. We just sagged back into the same knotted tension, a little more frayed each time. I found myself listening harder, as if I could hear through the walls. I imagined the gray house across the street, its wet siding, its sagging porch. I pictured Mr. Dalton out there, skin and clothes darkened with rain, eyes too bright, a gun heavy in his hand. I pictured police cars, angled in the street, their engines idling, officers behind open doors, with their own weapons drawn. The whole scene played out in my head like something from a movie, only there was no soundtrack beyond the muffled hiss of rain and the occasional wail of a distant siren bending strangely around the curtain's fabric. At some point, I could not have said when, the room grew quieter still, as if everyone had finally worn out their supply of whispers. The hum of the lights overhead took on a louder presence. My own heartbeat sounded too thick in my ears, and then I heard it. Tap. A single, soft knock. Not loud, nothing compared to the booms from earlier, but distinct. It sounded like someone rapping a knuckle against wood from somewhere inside the room. I froze. The kids nearest me seemed not to notice, their eyes still fixed on the front where the teachers were. I told myself it was my imagination, or the building settling, or some normal sound magnified by my frayed nerves. Tap. Second one. Same volume, same measured pace, like a question being asked again. Somewhere behind us, above us, inside the wall against my spine. A shiver ran up from the base of my tailbone to the back of my neck. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry, and forced myself to breathe evenly. Tap. Third. 3 slow knocks, spaced just far enough apart to give the mind time to fill the gap with meaning. Pipes, I told myself fiercely. Old pipes, metal expanding and contracting, something like that. The kind of noise you hear in houses all the time, the kind you ignore because nothing bad is supposed to happen in the places you sleep and eat and grow up. I tucked the sound away in the drawer in my mind, where you put things you are not going to think about right now. The place labeled harmless. It would be years before I pulled it back out, turned it over, and wondered whether, on the day a man with a gun stood somewhere between our school and his sagging porch, those 3 small knocks had really been as harmless as I wanted them to be. The end of the lockdown came the way a storm sometimes does in late summer. Not with a dramatic crack of thunder and a sudden blaze of sun, but with the quiet, unsatisfying way clouds simply thin out and drift apart, leaving you unsure if that was really it. We were still sitting on the floor, backs sore, legs pins and needles, when the PA crackled again. The same static, the same little gasp of background office noise, then the dean's voice. This time, it sounded practiced, like he had rehearsed each word before saying it out loud. "Lockdown is over," he said. "Teachers, please escort students back to class. Thank you." That was all. No explanation, no name. No, the situation has been resolved. No, you are safe. No acknowledgement of what we had just spent what felt like hours imagining behind those black curtains. Just over, like someone clicking a file closed on a computer and deciding that was the same thing as finishing it. Nobody moved at first. You could feel the room waiting, as if there might be more. Another sentence, a reassurance, a detail. But the speakers went dead. The quiet that followed had a new quality, not the heavy, watchful silence of fear, but a thin, brittle one full of things unsaid. Then the teachers started to stand. "All right," one of them said, clapping his hands together like he was starting a game in gym class. "Let's go, guys. Slowly, please. We're going back to your classrooms now." The herd that had been so easily driven into the room did not quite know how to become a herd in reverse. Kids unfolded from the floor with groans, shaking out legs that tingled and throbbed. You could see them testing the air, as if expecting the booms to come back the moment they straightened up. We filed into loose lines, less organized than usual, but moving in the right direction. Teachers walked beside and behind us, their faces doing a strange dance, mouths bent into little half smiles, eyes still tight, scanning. Most of them did not look directly at us. Their gazes slid past our faces, up to the corners of the ceiling, down to the floor, toward the doors. Anywhere but at the fear they would see if they met our eyes for longer than a second. As we shuffled toward the exit, I glanced back at the curtain wall. The heavy black fabric still hung all the way down, a solid night where the outside world should have been. A few inches of it lay crumpled on the floor, pooled like a shadow that had spilled. For a moment, I wondered if they would just leave it like that. If this would be the new normal, learning and eating and assembling in a room that had walled itself off from the road and the gray house forever. In the hallway, the lights felt too bright. My eyes watered, blinking against the sudden change. The corridor, which had always seemed wide enough, now felt weirdly narrow, the walls leaning in just a little, like they were listening. Our footsteps echoed in a tighter way, the sound of sneakers and boots bouncing back too fast. We passed the doors leading back to the cafeteria. Through the small rectangular windows in them, I could see the scene we had left behind. Trays still on tables, some on their sides, crumbs and spilled drinks everywhere. A carton of milk had exploded near the serving line. A white splash dried into a sticky map across the tile. Everything was frozen mid-mess, like a photograph of panic. As we turned a corner, I saw a thin shaft of gray light sneaking out from under the edge of one curtain in the big room, a reminder that the windows were still there behind the cloth. It made me think of a bandaged eye, leaking a little brightness around the edges. Near one of the side doors that led out to the front lot, the curtain didn't quite reach all the way to the frame, and there was a narrow gap where fabric met wall. Through that hairline opening, a sliver of the outside was visible. I slowed just enough to look. The rain was still falling, heavier now, flattening the world to shades of black and gray. On the street, a row of police cars idled, their light bars spinning silently. The colors that should have been bright, red, blue, looked muted through the glass in the rain, but the movement was unmistakable. Flash, flash, flash. Light reflected off wet asphalt, off metal bumpers, off the slick sides of parked cars. And there, across the road, partially obscured by the angle and the curtain, was the gray house. It looked smaller than ever, its siding soaked to a darker, sadder shade. The front window, I could not see inside it from that sliver, but I could see the way the rain ran down over the glass, making it look like the house itself was crying and trying to pretend it was just weather. "Keep moving, Eli," a voice said sharply behind me. A hand appeared on my shoulder, steering me forward. The glimpse snapped shut as we turned another corner. The curtain gap disappeared, swallowed by painted cinder block and bulletin boards with crooked construction paper borders. The flashing lights and the sagging house went back to being things behind walls, behind adults, behind decisions I had no part in. By the time we reached my classroom, the hallways looked almost normal again. Almost. Kids moved through them with their usual backpacks and binders, but they were quieter. Laughter had dropped a few levels. Jokes came out thinner, forced into spaces they did not quite fit. Inside the classroom, our teacher stood in front of the whiteboard, marker in hand, as if we had just stepped out for a fire drill and returned in the middle of a lesson. She smiled at us, and the expression hovered on her face like it had forgotten how to land. "Okay," she said, clapping her hands once. Her voice trembled just slightly on the K. "Let's all take a deep breath. Everything is all right. We're going to finish out the day as usual, okay? Usual." The word sounded like a costume someone had put on over something shivering and raw. A couple of kids nodded obediently. Others stared at their desks. Noah slid into the seat next to mine and did not say anything, which was almost more unsettling than anything he could have whispered. His knee bounced under the table, a tiny metronome of leftover adrenaline. Our teacher tried to make a joke about how we were going to have to make up the time later, and no, I will not take any excuses about emotional trauma on homework. And a few kids laughed just enough to fulfill her wish. She turned back to the board and started writing again. The squeak of the marker hilariously inadequate in the wake of the sounds that had come before. We opened our notebooks. We uncapped pens and pencils. We pretended that words about fractions or ecosystems or whatever we were supposed to be learning at that time mattered in the same way they had that morning. The building, however, was not in on the act. Every slam of a locker in the hallway outside made us jump. The metal-on-metal crash, which we had tuned out a long time ago as part of the school's background noise, now came in like a small explosion. I watched more than one kid flinch so hard their shoulders hit their ears. The usual call of, "Hey, wait up," from a passing student sounded like it had been run through a distortion pedal, too sharp, too loud. When someone dropped a textbook, the thud of its spine hitting the floor cracked through the room like another gunshot. Heads snapped toward the source in unison, eyes wide. The poor kid who dropped it went red, stammering an apology for something that did not require one, his hands fumbling as if the book were suddenly heavy and strange. Even the ordinary creaks of the building's bones betrayed us. The mild groan of the radiator, the tick-tick-tick of pipes heating and cooling, the faint shudder when a door somewhere down the hall closed too hard. All the noises we had never noticed became suspects in a crime we could not see. Our teacher tried to talk over them. Her voice a ribbon stretched across the room. She drew diagrams and asked questions and praised correct answers with the same words she always used. But each time a sound interrupted her, she paused half a beat too long before continuing. You could see her listen, just for a second, the way prey listens for something larger moving in the underbrush. Eventually, the dismissal bell rang. It sounded both exactly the same and completely different, its electric buzz now carrying the associations of everything it had interrupted. We packed our bags slowly. Usually, the end-of-day scramble was a frantic race, backpacks stuffed in a hurry, kids bolting for the door. That day, movements were guarded, as if everyone were afraid of making too much noise. In the hallway, the tide of bodies rolled toward buses and parent pickup lines, but it did not roar the way it often did. Conversations were hushed, full of, "Did you hear?" and "My mom texted," and "I'm never sitting by the window again." Outside, the rain had softened again, more of a mist now than a downpour. The police cars were still there, though fewer. Their lights no longer spun. They sat heavy and quiet, like large sleeping animals that might wake at any moment if someone made the wrong move. Yellow tape had appeared in front of the gray house, a limp, plastic boundary that seemed too fragile to mean what it meant. I went home. The route was the same, but each familiar landmark looked slightly off. like it had been redrawn by someone who did not understand perspective. Trees leaned closer to the road. Mailboxes stood taller and more watchful. A dog that barked from behind a fence made me veer to the other side of the street. My house greeted me with its usual creaks and smells and the clatter of dishes in the kitchen. My mom asked how my day was, her voice too careful. I said, "Fine," because there was no slot in the conversation labeled "lockdown" because of armed neighbor. She hugged me a little tighter than normal when I passed her, the kind of hug that lingers a second too long to be casual, then let me retreat to my room. It was only when I lay down in my own bed that I realized how loud my house was at night. The ceiling had its own language of tiny cracks and shifts, the wood adjusting to temperature changes. The radiator hissed intermittently, coughing out air in wet little bursts. Pipes ticked somewhere behind the walls, expanding and contracting with the movement of hot water. A neighbor's car door slammed outside, a dull, distant thud that somehow still made my heart leap. My own breathing sounded wrong. It came out too loud in the quiet of my room, echoing in my ears. Every time I tried to slow it, it lurched, and I could feel my pulse thudding in my throat like a second, smaller heart that did not know how to calm down. I stared at the faint rectangle of my window on the opposite wall. The curtains there were thin, cheap fabric, printed with a pattern of indistinct shapes meant to be clouds or maybe mountains. The street light outside painted a weak, yellowish glow along their bottom edge. For the first time, I thought about how easy it would be, if someone wanted to stand outside that window and look in, to watch, to wait. Sometime after midnight, I slid down into sleep, not gracefully, but like a stone dropped into deep water. In my dream, I was back in the multi-purpose room. The curtains were still down, black and heavy, the room dark except for the humming lights in the ceiling. The other kids were there too, rows and rows of them, silhouettes pressed against the walls. No one spoke. The silence felt thick enough to touch. A voice I did not recognize, not a teacher's, not the dean's, said very clearly, "It's over. You can look now." The curtains began to rise, but they did not move the way they had fallen in sections. They peeled upward all at once, as if some invisible hand were rolling the darkness away like a rug. Light poured in, blinding at first, stabbing into my eyes. I squinted, blinked, and the world outside came into view. The road was there, the strip of grass, the sidewalk. The gray house was not. In its place, stretching out where the house and the neighboring yards and the rest of the street should have been, was an unbroken field of windows. Frame after frame after frame, standing upright in the rain without walls or roofs to hold them, a forest of glass. Each pane faced us, a grid of rectangles extending as far as I could see. On every single one, from the inside, words had been written in thick, streaky red. Not all the same sentence, some were longer, some shorter, but all in that same shaky, desperate hand. They overlapped in places, letters leaning into each other like people in a crowd trying to be heard. From where I stood, the words blurred into a single, pulsing message I could not quite read. The red shimmered, wet and metallic, as the dream rain ran down each pane, diluting the letters, dragging color downward in 100 identical streams. The sound of the rain on all that glass was deafening, a roar of tiny impacts. Underneath it, barely audible, was a slow, patient knocking. Tap, tap, tap. 3 knocks, over and over, echoing from somewhere inside the walls of a school that pretended, when we woke, that everything had gone back to normal. The end of the day felt wrong in the way a song feels wrong when someone stops it in the middle instead of letting it fade. Usually, dismissal meant a rush. Lockers slamming open and shut, people yelling across the hall, the wet squeak of sneakers on linoleum as everyone pushed toward the exits and the buses and the promise of not being at school anymore. That afternoon, the halls emptied in a slower, fractured way. Groups peeled off in odd directions, called away early by parents who had come inside instead of waiting in the car. A few kids clung to teachers like barnacles, asking questions the adults pretended not to hear. I found myself drifting instead of walking, caught in the current, but not really propelled by it. My backpack hanging lower on one shoulder than the other. Near the main doors, the air had a different flavor. You could smell damp air leaking in every time they opened, bringing with it the faint scent of wet pavement and exhaust from idling engines. Voices overlapped in low, urgent tones. We're going straight home. No, you're not going to practice today. Yes, I heard, but we're fine. It's fine. I was about to step out into the covered walkway when someone grabbed my arm. Fingers closed around my sleeve, not hard enough to hurt, but tight enough to say, "Don't go yet." I turned and saw Grace. Normally, she looked put together, even when she insisted she was not. Her hair was usually in a neat braid, her shoelaces double knotted, her backpack zipped all the way. That day, the braid had come half undone, wisps sticking to her cheeks where the damp had found them. Her face was pale in a way that did not match the healthy kind of after-school tiredness. Her eyes were wide and glassy, as if she had been staring at something too long and had not quite remembered to blink. "Can you wait?" she asked. Her voice sounded as if it had been sanded down. "Yeah," I said immediately, though my bus would not wait for me the way she was asking me to wait for her. "What's wrong?" She glanced toward the glass doors, where parents and older siblings stood under dripping umbrellas, scanning faces as kids came out. Beyond them, I could see more flashing lights in the distance, though they were further away now, less urgent. "My mom's not here yet," Grace said. "She said she might be late. They diverted traffic. Our street's blocked." Her grip on my sleeve tightened as she spoke the last word. "Blocked?" I echoed. She swallowed, eyes flicking back to me. "Because of him," she whispered. "Because of Mr. Dalton." Hearing his name from someone who lived next to him was different from hearing it tossed around in rumors. It carried weight now, the kind that makes your spine straighten. "What happened?" I asked, keeping my own voice low without meaning to. Grace hesitated, then pulled me away from the main flow of students into a shallow recess in the wall where a vending machine hummed. The machine's fluorescent light made her skin look even paler. The low whir of its compressor filled the space between her words. "When my mom drove me this morning," she began, "the street was already getting weird. There were police cars turning around at the corner, and an officer was putting up those orange cones. You know, the ones they use for construction. He told my mom we had to go the long way." She twisted the strap of her backpack between her fingers, the nylon creaking softly under the pressure. When she went home after dropping me off, they had blocked the whole thing. She called my dad from the car. She said she had to park 2 blocks away and walk in through the back. There were already people in the street, neighbors, cops, I pictured it, the quiet little street where we had traded candy and ridden bikes, suddenly full of uniforms and badges and long metal shapes that were not supposed to be there. She called the office later, Grace went on, to tell them they might not be able to pick me up right at 3. She sounded different, like she was trying not to let me hear something. But I did. Her eyes dropped to my shoulder, focusing on a loose thread in my sweatshirt, as if it were easier to talk to that than to my face. She said there were people in those big vests, the ones that say SWAT on the back. She said they had big guns, the kind they don't even show on TV. Out in the parking lot, a car door slammed, the sound coming in muffled through the building's glass. It made both of us flinch. Mom said they were hiding behind their cars, Grace continued, like using the doors as shields. And there was this person. She didn't know if he was a cop or what, standing behind one of the cars with a megaphone. You know, like those cone things but electronic. She could hear him from inside the house. She lifted the megaphone with one hand, miming it. Her knuckles were white against the imaginary weight. He kept calling his name. Daniel, Daniel, we just want to talk. She paused, her breath shaking out in a sharp exhale. That's his first name, by the way. I always thought of him as Mr. Dalton, but hearing them use his first name made it feel different, smaller somehow, like he was really a person and not just this thing in the house. Her eyes shone. The man with the megaphone kept saying stuff like, "No one wants to hurt you, and we can work this out," she said. But his voice kept cracking. Mom said it sounded like he was begging and reading off a script at the same time. You know that sound? When someone's trying to stay calm, but their throat won't cooperate? I did know that sound. I had heard it in the dean's voice during the lockdown announcement, in the way teachers said, "Everything is fine," with their teeth clenched. They told my parents not to go near the front windows, Grace said. So they're in the back of the house, trying to act normal, making coffee, cleaning up breakfast, pretending they can't hear every word. Mom said she could feel the vibrations of the trucks in the street through the kitchen floor. She fell silent for a moment, staring at a spot over my shoulder. And all that, she added quietly, is happening right outside my bedroom window. The image rooted itself in my mind. Grace's bedroom, the one she had described to me before, with its posters and string lights and stacks of books, sitting just a few feet away from a scene with armored vests and loaded weapons, and a man we had been warned not to trick-or-treat near. She took a breath, the air hitching slightly on the way in. "Do you remember last Halloween?" she asked. "Yeah," I said slowly, the writing. Just saying it woke the memory in full color. The heavy strokes, the dripping letters, the sentence painted from the inside of the glass. "Don't come here or I'll kill you," Grace recited, each word dropping like a stone. We both glanced, almost unconsciously, toward the general direction of the gray house, though it was hidden by walls and they had probably blocked the whole view now anyway. "I saw it from my window first," she said. "That morning. I woke up, pulled my curtain back, and it was just there, like it had grown overnight. Big red letters, so bright at first they almost glowed when the sun hit them. I thought it was some kind of weird reflection. I had to blink a few times before I realized it was on his glass, not mine." Her voice went soft, thinning into the space between us. "When we went out to look," she continued, "other people were already there. Mrs. Powell from 2 houses down, the guy with the loud truck from the corner, a couple of teenagers who always cut through our street. They were all standing in our yard, not his, like our grass was safer to stand on. They were laughing, not like it was funny exactly, but like they were trying to make it funny. Nervous laughing. She made a small, sharp gesture with her hand, as if discarding the memory of those sounds. I got closer than I think I was supposed to, she admitted. Dad told me to stay back, but I kind of slipped around him. A ghost of a smile tugged at her mouth, then vanished. I wanted to see if it was paint or, that fake blood stuff from the Halloween store. Her eyes went distant, focused on something only she could see. It wasn't bright red. Not really, she said. When you got up close, you could see that the color was uneven. Darker in some places, lighter in others. Some parts had dried thicker, cracking a little where the glass had flexed in the cold. There were these drips at the bottoms of the letters, fat at the top and thin at the bottom, like they'd taken a while to slide down. I remember thinking it looked tired, like whoever wrote it didn't have the energy for neat handwriting. She swallowed again. When I leaned in, I could smell it, she said. Not strong, but you know how your hands smell if you accidentally cut yourself and you forget to wash it right away? That iron kind of smell, like pennies. It smelled like that, just for a second, before the wind moved. She closed her eyes briefly, as if pushing away the sensory ghost. My dad put a hand on my shoulder and pulled me back, she said. He laughed, trying to make it a joke. Man, that looks almost real, he said, like it was a compliment, like we were judging a haunted house contest. Her voice faltered on the last few words. People took pictures, she went on. You could hear the little camera sounds on their phones. Click, click, click. Someone said, this is going to blow up online. Someone else said, he's really committing to the bit this year. And under all of that, from inside his house, you could hear a TV. She tilted her head slightly, listening to the memory. It wasn't a show, she said. It wasn't music. It was just static, like he had left it on a dead channel and turned the volume up too high. White noise, all hiss. It made the whole scene feel louder, even when no one was talking. The sin wave of her story dipped there, down into a quieter, smaller place. The hum of the vending machine seemed to swell in the pause. Out in the lobby, someone's laugh rose, too sharp, then cut off quickly. I sleep in the room that faces his house, Grace said, almost in a whisper now. My bed is under the window. The night after the writing, after everyone decided it was just decoration and the cop car drove by and didn't stop, Mom told me to keep my curtains closed. She said it was so you don't get freaked out by that nonsense. She looked up at me, and for the first time since she had grabbed my arm, I saw how young she still was under all the forced calm. But you can't unsee it, she said, even with the curtains closed. You lie there, and you know that if you looked, those words would still be there, right across from you, like a sign aimed straight at your window. You know that someone wrote them on the inside of his glass, with his own hand, facing outward. Her fingers twisted tighter in the backpack strap. Ever since then, she admitted, I've been scared to sleep. Like if I fall too deep, I'll wake up and he'll be standing there. Not at his window, at mine. There was a long beat of silence between us. The world around us continued. People coming and going, doors opening, rain ticking softly against the front of the building. But for a moment, our little corner felt sealed off, a separate capsule of shared unease. She hesitated, then added, almost too quietly to hear, "One night, about a week after Halloween, I woke up at 3 in the morning. I don't know why. No nightmare, no sound that I remember. I just popped awake. The room was dark, but I could see the outline of my curtains because the street light was on outside. And there was this shadow moving. My skin prickled. I thought it was just the breeze," she said. "Then I noticed the curtain wasn't moving, just the shadow on it. It looked like something on the other side of the glass, between my window and his, was shifting around. I got up before I could talk myself out of it. I went to the window. I pulled the curtain back just an inch, just enough to see through." She drew a tiny gap between her fingers, showing me. "I could see his window from my angle," she whispered. The letters were still there, darker in the streetlight. And behind them, inside his house, someone was moving. Not walking, not pacing, just dragging their hands slowly across the glass. Back and forth, back and forth. Their fingers smeared the letters a little each time, but they didn't clean them off. They just kept tracing them, like they were reading the words with their own skin. The vending machine hummed. Somewhere, a car horn honked in the distance, short and impatient. "I closed my curtain," Grace said. "I didn't look again, but I can still hear it when I think too hard about it. That sound of skin against glass. A kind of soft squeak, starting and stopping. Like someone trying to erase a message they also want to keep. The school tried to pretend that what had happened was a page that could be turned by force." A few days after the lockdown, we were herded, not rushed this time, but guided with tight smiles and clapped hands into the gym for an assembly to address concerns. The gym always smelled like rubber and old sweat and the faint, sour tang of whatever cleaner they used on the bleachers. That day, the odor seemed stronger, trapped under the metal rafters, along with 100 other things no one wanted to name. We filed in, grade by grade, the soles of our shoes squeaking on the glossy floor. The noise of all those sneakers sliding and stamping created a shrill chorus, a constant ee that set my teeth on edge. We took our places on the bleachers, metal benches that vibrated slightly whenever someone shifted. Bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. Whispered conversations snaked up and down the rows. Every now and then, a teacher would clap sharply or say, "Eyes up here," and the murmur would dip, then swell again as soon as they turned away. At the far end of the gym, a portable podium had been set up, the school's cheap microphone clipped to it. The principal, Mr. Harding, stood beside it, waiting. He wore his usual dark suit, but the lines around his mouth dug a little deeper than before. One of the assistant principals fiddled with the cable, tapping the mic's head with a finger. A high, piercing feedback whine tore through the space, making every head jerk, and a few kids clapped their hands over their ears. Sorry, the assistant principal muttered into the mic, his voice booming too loud and distorted for a moment. Testing? Okay, we're good. The lights overhead hummed, the constant, low, electric song of fluorescent tubes past their prime. That hum filled any gap where there was not a voice or a cough or the scrape of a shoe. When Mr. Harding stepped up to the podium, the room settled into a restless quiet. "Good afternoon," he began, his words echoing slightly in the open space. "I know it has been a strange week for all of us." You could feel a collective flinch at the word strange. It was too small, too polite for what we had heard and imagined behind curtains. He launched into the kind of speech adults give when they are trying to say something without really saying anything. As you know, he continued, we recently experienced an incident nearby. Nearby, as if physical distance were the only thing that mattered, as if across the road were the same as across town. I want to emphasize that at no time were any of our students harmed, he said. We followed our safety protocols and cooperated fully with law enforcement. Cooperated. Protocols. All the right words, lined up in a neat row, like good little soldiers. None of them had faces. None of them had the weight of 4 booming sounds in your chest or a teacher's back pressed against a door. We understand that events like this can be unsettling, he went on. If you feel anxious or have trouble sleeping, please know that our counselors are available to talk to you. Unsettling. Trouble sleeping. He said it like it was a side effect of a mild medicine, not a shadow that had stretched itself across our bedrooms at night. I did not really listen to the rest. My ears recorded the noise, the rise and fall of his voice, the occasional polite laugh when he tried a gentle joke about too much excitement for 1 week. But the words slid past me. Instead, I watched the teachers. They stood along the walls and near the exits, lined up like sentries. Some had their arms crossed. Some had their hands clasped in front of them. Some kept touching the walkie-talkies clipped to their belts, even when nothing came through. Their faces were not rehearsed. On one, I saw anger simmering just below the surface, eyes narrowed in a way that did not match the principal's careful phrases. On another, exhaustion dragged at the corners of her mouth, as if she had not slept properly since the day the curtains fell. A third teacher's gaze drifted constantly, never resting in one place for long, scanning the crowd, the doors, the high windows, as if expecting the gym itself to betray us. And then there was Ms. Henson, who had held the door in the multi-purpose room with her whole body. She stood near the bleachers, her hands at her sides now, but I noticed how her fingers curled, as if they were missing the feel of cold metal under them. When Mr. Harding said, "Incident nearby," her jaw tightened. The speech ended with the usual phrases, "We are proud of how you all handled yourselves. We are a community. Your safety is our top priority." The words bounced off the walls and fell to the floor like confetti no one wanted to pick up. As we filed out in rows, the squeak of the gym floor under our shoes rose again, louder than the clapping that followed the principal's last sentence. That squeak stuck in my ears all day. It sounded too much like something trying to get purchase and failing. Later, in the hallway outside the staff room, I caught snippets of a conversation that was not meant for us. The door was half open, a slice of adult world leaking out. "He called before?" a woman's voice said, low and fierce. "More than once. You know he did." "We knew he was getting worse," another voice replied, tired and defensive. "We documented it. We passed it on. They should have taken his threats seriously," the first voice snapped. "You saw that window at Halloween. You knew what he was capable of." A third voice cut in, hushed. "Close the door. Someone might hear." I moved on, heart thudding slightly faster as the click of the door closing cut off the rest. From then on, I started noticing things I might have missed before. The way the security guard, who had previously spent most of his time half asleep on a stool near the front office, now lingered by the glass wall when we were in the big room. eyes flicking back and forth between us and the street beyond. The way the teachers walking the lunch duty perimeter would glance, quick and furtive, toward the gray house whenever they thought the kids were not looking. The curtains in the multi-purpose room went back up eventually. It would have been too strange, too obvious, to leave them down. The glass wall returned, restoring the view of the strip of grass and sidewalk and road and sagging house. But something in the way we all saw through it had changed. The light that came in felt thinner. The outside did not look open anymore. It looked exposed. At home, the official version of events arrived in the form of the local news. My dad had the TV on in the living room that evening, the screen's glow painting the walls in cold, shifting colors. The anchor's voice was the usual smooth, practiced calm that television seems to require, no matter what it is delivering. I sank onto the edge of the couch, the cushions sighing softly under my weight. Police responded to a disturbance call on a residential street near the middle school. The anchor said, a picture of our neighborhood over his shoulder, blurred enough to be generic. They cut to footage of flashing lights reflected in wet pavement, caution tape fluttering limply, officers walking in and out of frame with purposeful steps. The sound was tinny, flattened by the TV speakers. The faint murmur of voices, the wet hiss of rain on microphones. A man identified as 48-year-old Daniel Dalton, the anchor continued, barricaded himself briefly outside his home and made threats of self-harm. Mr. Dalton's name scrolling along the bottom of the screen felt like someone had written it on the town itself. After negotiations with law enforcement, the anchor went on, Mr. Dalton peacefully surrendered and was taken into custody for mental health evaluation. No injuries were reported. School officials cooperated with authorities, and no students were harmed. Peacefully surrendered, taken into custody, mental health evaluation. There was no mention of the window, no mention of the words in red on Halloween. No mention of warnings ignored, of static-filled TVs, of hands tracing letters in the dark. The story ended with a shot of an officer ducking under the tape, followed by an upbeat segue into a segment about a local pumpkin festival. My dad nodded once. "See? They got him," he said. "It's handled." Handled. Another neat word to fold over the mess and tuck away. I nodded, because it was easier than saying, handled how. Years later, long after Mr. Dalton's name stopped appearing in any conversations at all, I learned how much was missing from that official script. Adult life comes with its own set of curiosities and access points. Public records, old reports, archived logs that do not know they are supposed to be forgotten. One night, sitting in my apartment with the rain pressing against the window the way it had in 7th grade, I found myself on a county website, fingers hovering over the keyboard. I typed his name. The records that came up were dry and bureaucratic. Dates, codes, phrases like wellness check and verbal warning issued. Buried among them, a report from late October of that year, Halloween. A neighbor had called it in. Possible self-harm and threat. Description of the window writing. The exact wording. The fact that the message was on the inside of the glass. Notes about the strong metallic smell. The officer's brief on-scene remarks. Subject appeared distressed. Refused voluntary transport. Claimed message was a joke for Halloween. Advised to remove writing. Disposition. Warning. No further action. Seeing it written that plainly made my throat tighten. Someone had pointed at the same letters we all laughed at and said, "This is not right." Someone in uniform had stood in front of that glass, in the same spot where neighbors took pictures, and decided a warning was enough. The real horror, I realized, was not the day of the lockdown itself, not the 4 booms, or the black curtains, or the 3 soft knocks in the room with no windows. It was the fact that everyone already knew, in their own way, that the man in the gray house was dangerous and broken. They had seen his warnings written in something that was not paint. They had heard his static and his muttering and his threats dressed up as holiday decor. And most of them, when faced with all of that, chose to laugh. By the time I went back, the town looked like it had been gently erased around the edges. Not ruined, not abandoned, just thinned out. The kind of place where people still lived and went about their days, but a little softer, a little quieter, like someone had turned the volume down without telling them. I drove in at dusk, when the light was too tired to be called day, but not yet willing to surrender to full dark. The main street, which had once felt like a river of cars and teenagers and small-town noise, seemed narrower. A couple of the stores I remembered were gone, their windows blank or covered in curling "For Lease" signs. The video rental place had turned into a vape shop. The diner still stood on the corner, its neon sign half lit, humming weakly like an old throat trying to remember a song. Even the trees looked older. Their branches reached a little farther over the roads, their roots buckling the sidewalks in places where my bike tires had once rolled smoothly. I told myself I was just driving around to kill time before the alumni event. But my route had a gravity I could feel in the way my hands stayed on the wheel. Without really intending to, I found myself turning down the familiar road toward the middle school. The building came into view slowly, the way a memory does when you are not sure if you really want it. The sign out front had been replaced with a more modern one, digital, with scrolling text about Spirit Week and Robotics Club. But the rectangle of brick behind it was the same, only more tired. The paint on the trim had peeled away in flakes, leaving bare wood exposed in gray streaks. The grass on the front lawn was a little longer than I remembered, tufts of dandelions and clover, pushing through the thin neatness that had once been enforced by an overzealous groundskeeper. A couple of windows glowed with weak yellow light. The rest were dark, reflecting the fading sky back at me in smeared, uneven patches. Across the road, the gray house slumped in its usual place. Time had not been kind. The siding had faded to something between mildew and ash. The roof shingles drooped along the edges like tired eyelids. The blinds in the front window were still crooked, some slats bent outright, others missing. If you did not know better, you might have thought the house had always been empty. Maybe it had been, in a way. I drove past it slowly. The urge to stare was strong, but I kept my eyes mostly on the road, catching the house in peripheral glances the way you glance at an old scar, aware of it, but not wanting to prod it too openly. There were no police cars now, no flashing lights, just a sagging porch and a mailbox leaning at an angle, the numbers on it almost worn off. The open house event was scheduled for that evening, a celebration of our school community, the email had said, complete with a smiling clip art mascot and promises of refreshments. It sounded harmless on paper. Alumni were invited to walk the halls, see what had changed, donate to programs that needed funding. On some level, I knew the building I was about to walk into was not the same as the one in my head. But buildings remember things too, even if they do not know how to show it. Inside, the first thing that hit me was the smell. Floor wax and dust, and that faint institutional cleaner scent, lemon and something chemical underneath, that clung to lockers and bathroom tiles and classroom desks. It had been years since I had been here, but my body reacted like I had just stepped out for a long weekend. My shoulders tightened in a familiar way. My stomach pulled into that small, anticipatory knot you get before a test. The air seemed cooler than outside, the kind of cool that comes from overworked HVAC systems rather than any natural breeze. The overhead lights hummed, just like the ones in the gym had, a low, constant vibration in the upper registers of hearing. Somewhere down the main corridor, a locker door slammed, the metal bang ricocheting off the walls with the same authority it had when I was 13. Other sounds layered over that. The squeak of sneakers on polished floor as kids, current students, ran past in groups, laughing too loudly, not yet weighed down by the knowledge that some of this would stick to them forever. A distant PA announcement started and ended quickly. A flat-voiced reminder about car line pickup, the kind of message you only really hear if you are the one it is for. The alumni group was small. A few people wore name tags and nostalgia like matching accessories, pointing out old classrooms and laughing at ancient jokes. I trailed a little behind them, letting their chatter form a kind of background noise I did not have to join. The hallways had changed in details. New posters, new paint on some of the doors, updated motivational slogans on the walls about perseverance and growth, but the bones were the same. The rows of blue lockers, some dented in familiar places, the bulletin boards with crooked staples, the water fountains that still looked too low now that I was taller. With each step, sound and memory layered over each other. The squeak of my shoes now sat on top of the echo of my sneakers then. The distant murmur of the present PA announcements braided with the remembered crackle of the day the dean's voice had told us, "This is not a drill." My mind played two timelines at once, and the building held both without protest. Eventually, as if pulled by some quiet magnet, I peeled away from the group, past the updated science labs and the door to the library, past a new wing that had not existed when I was a student. My feet knew where they were going before I fully acknowledged it. The multi-purpose room, Performing Arts Center, according to the new sign above the double doors, waited at the end of a hallway that felt simultaneously longer and shorter than it used to. The metal push bars on the doors were scuffed, their paint worn away where thousands of hands had pressed them. I stood there for a moment, fingers hovering. Through the narrow window, set into one of the doors, I could see a slice of the room, a section of polished floor, the lower edge of a stage that had been reinforced with new wood, and beyond that, a hint of something bright and reflective. Then I pushed the door open. The room was empty. No rows of kids, no folding chairs, no teachers lined up against the walls. Just open space, waiting for whatever role the schedule assigned it next. The air inside was cooler than in the halls, with a faint undertone of dust and theater paint. A rack of costumes stood in one corner, sequin jackets, long dresses in colors that did not exist in the memories I carried. A circle of stackable chairs leaned against another wall, but the glass was still there. The wall of windows soared from floor to ceiling, just as I remembered. The panes were a little different, the frames newer, the glass clearer, but the effect was the same. A transparent barrier between here and there, between inside and outside, between then and now. In front of the glass, new curtains hung on updated tracks. These were not the heavy, theater black ones from before. They were a dark, rich blue, the school's color, trimmed with a lighter stripe along the bottom. Right now, they were open, gathered to the sides in neat folds. The last light of evening poured in, turning the polished floor into a long, pale reflection of sky and grass and road. Outside, the grass strip looked a little more ragged. The sidewalk had a crack running through it that I did not remember. The road was the same, one lane in each direction, that thin river of asphalt cutting between the school and the gray house. And the gray house, once more framed by this oversized window, slouched across the road, exactly where my memory had left it. For a long moment, I just stood there, taking it in. The room around me hummed quietly with the building's systems, the soft rush of air from vents high on the walls, the almost imperceptible buzz of lights, the occasional tick from the metal beams as the temperature outside dropped. My footsteps from a moment before had already faded, leaving the room in a kind of suspended stillness. I walked farther in, the soles of my shoes whispering against the floor. Every echo felt too loud in the emptiness. This was not the roam of kids in chaos. It was a single, adult sound being thrown back at me from every surface. I stopped near the far wall, the one we had been pushed up against during the lockdown, the one that had pressed its cold through the thin fabric of my shirt and into my spine as I listened to rumors and knocks. I reached out without thinking and let my fingers brush the cinder block. The paint was smoother now, a fresh coat of white laid over whatever color it had been then. But under my palm, it still felt solid and indifferent. I let my hand rest there and turned my head toward the glass. In the reflection, I could see myself, older, taller, hair thinner than I liked to admit. For a second, the reflection seemed to double, and I half expected to see a row of hunched, smaller figures flicker into being along the wall behind me. Ghosts of kids who had once tried to make themselves as small and quiet as possible in this same space. Just a room, I murmured. My voice sounded small in the high ceiling, swallowed quickly. That was when I heard it. A sound, soft but distinct, from somewhere behind me. It was not a voice, not the loud clatter of something falling, or the scrape of a chair. It was simpler than that. Knock. A muffled tap, as if someone had rapped their knuckles against wood or metal on the other side of the wall my hand rested on. Not hard, not urgent, just enough to register. I froze, breath catching. The building's subtle noises seemed to drop away for a second, leaving that one small sound hanging in the air. My rational mind tried to move quickly. Old pipes, the HVAC kicking in, someone in an adjacent storage room closing a cabinet. Every explanation lined up, ready to be chosen, eager to be believed. But my body remembered 3 slow knocks in the same room, years ago, when a man with a gun stood somewhere between this wall and the gray house across the road. For a heartbeat, I was 13 again. Knees pulled to my chest, heartbeat loud in my ears, listening to the world press its fingers against the outside of the school and then fall still. The knock did not repeat. I waited anyway, every muscle held in that uncomfortable half-tension between fight and flight, until the hum of the air vents reasserted itself, until a distant door slammed somewhere else in the building, until the squeak of sneakers out in the hall reminded me that this was present, not past. I let my hand fall away from the wall, the spot where my palm had been, felt oddly cool. "Just a room," I said again, more softly this time. The room did not argue. It did not confess. It just kept holding the sounds that had passed through it, the way all rooms do, whether anyone ever comes back to listen or not. For a while, I just stood there, one hand still tingling from the memory of that muffled knock, watching the gray house through the glass. The sky outside had fallen the rest of the way into evening. Street lights along the road flicked on one by one, each small circle of yellow pooling on the wet asphalt. The windows of the house across the street stayed dark. If someone had walked into the room at that moment, they would have seen nothing strange. Just an alumnus standing in a school gym turned theater, looking out at an unremarkable block of suburban landscape. No police cars, no flashing lights, no kids pressed together on the floor. But the room did not feel empty to me. I started to walk. My footsteps traced the perimeter of the space, following the invisible lines my younger self had once been shoved along. In my mind, the polished floor was overlaid with a ghost image. Scattered napkins, dropped phones, the scuffed marks left behind by hundreds of shoes scrambling to get against the wall away from the windows. Here, I thought, pausing near the far corner. This is where we bunched up first, unsure how close to sit to each other, whether to leave gaps or close them. There, near the doors, was where Ms. Henson had braced herself against the metal, her body a fragile barrier between us and whatever she believed was on the other side. I could still see the way her shoulders had been squared, the way her jaw had clenched, as if she were physically holding back a tide. The double doors now sat quiet and unremarkable, their push bars reflecting the overhead lights in thin, steady lines. I let my hand drag lightly along the wall as I walked. The paint felt smoother than it used to, as if it had been redone recently. No chips, no carved initials, just a clean, flat surface. My fingertips brushed over small seams between cinder blocks, invisible but present. In my head, another texture layered itself over the one I was actually touching, the frantic, staccato scratching of a ring against the wall. I remembered a girl beside me that day, someone from another class whose name I never learned, dragging the little metal band on her finger up and down the paint in tiny, repetitive strokes. She had not seemed aware she was doing it, her eyes fixed straight ahead. The sound had been soft but relentless, a tiny saw working at the edge of my hearing. Now, in the quiet, I could almost hear it again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was not really there, of course. The only actual sounds were the low rush of air from vents, the faint buzz of an exit sign over one doorway, and something that might have been a projector fan humming to itself in standby mode in the corner. But the brain is a generous editor. It overlays old tracks wherever it can. I stopped at the spot where I remembered sitting. There was no mark on the floor to prove it, nothing to distinguish that patch of polished wood from any other. But my body recognized it. The angle of view it had held, the slice of glass, the strip of curtain, the way the sound had bounced differently here than at the doors or directly under the lights. I lowered myself slowly, more aware of my knees than I used to be, until I was sitting with my back to the wall, legs bent, soles of my shoes flat against the floor. The position felt both too small and too familiar, like trying on a jacket you outgrew years ago and still know the smell of. I closed my eyes. The present sounds did not disappear. They simply stepped back. The hum of the HVAC retreated, becoming a kind of white noise backdrop. The building's subtle creaks paused at the edge of my focus. Into that space, other sounds flowed. The slap of kids' shoes as we were rushed in. Hundreds of rubber soles hitting the floor in overlapping patterns. The chaotic shuffle as everyone tried to sit at once. Knees bumping, bags dropped, someone's water bottle rolling away in a lazy arc until it hit a shoe and stopped. Little gasps. The short, sharp intake of breath when someone realized the booms were not thunder. The half sob that escaped when the PA crackled to life. The way we all inhaled at the same time when the dean's voice said, "Not a drill, not a drill, not a drill," and then forgot how to exhale. That phrase came back now, ghost-like, looping through the room in a whisper I heard only inside my skull. This is a code-red lockdown. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. I could hear the way some kids had begun to repeat it under their breath, like a mantra or a curse, as if saying it could make it less real. Not a drill. Not a drill. Not a drill. Each repetition wore a deeper groove into the moment. I let myself fall fully into the memory, the way you might let yourself fall into the deep end of a pool, eyes closed, trusting the water to hold you even as it swallows you. The room filled up again. In the theater of my mind, every seat along the walls was occupied. I could sense the tight knot of bodies beside me, the warmth of shoulders pressed to mine, the tremor in someone's leg as they bounced their foot without realizing it. The smell of cafeteria food still clung to our clothes. Under it, sweat, deodorant, the faint floral hint of someone's detergent. Somewhere off to my left, Noah's whisper. "He's got a gun. They said he's on some list. They said he's been watching us." Somewhere to the right, a teacher's low, strained command. "Quiet, please. You have to stay quiet." A cough in the back that earned a dozen sideways glances. The soft click of a phone screen turning on, then off again. The tiny, embarrassed sniffle of someone trying not to cry. Even the silence between these sounds had its own texture. It was not the easy, shared quiet of a movie theater or a library. It was thinner and more fragile, stretched tight over a whole room full of people trying to breathe without being noticed. I became aware, slowly, of my own breathing in the present. My chest rose and fell, slower than it had back then, but heavy in a similar way. I let out a long exhale I had not realized I was holding, the air brushing over my teeth, the sound swallowed instantly by the room. When I opened my eyes, the chairs in the corner were still stacked. The new curtains still hung in their neat folds. The floor shone in a way it never had under hundreds of teenage sneakers. Nothing moved. The ghosts of the sounds slipped back into whatever archive I had pulled them from, waiting for the next time I would drag them out for inspection. The tension, which had been quietly tightening in my shoulders, loosened by a notch. Harmless, I told myself, looking around. It's harmless now. I stood, using the wall behind me to steady the rise, and walked back toward the glass. Each step felt like crossing through layers of time laid on top of each other. The version where I was 13 and terrified. The version where I was 20 and trying not to think about it anymore. The version where I was 30-something and walking through the same space as if it were a museum exhibit about my own fear. At the windows, I stopped and let my gaze cross the road again. A car drove by slowly, its tires whispering on the damp pavement. In a house 2 doors down from the gray one, a porch light flicked on, spilling a rectangle of warm yellow onto the front steps. I could see shapes moving behind lace curtains, indistinct and ordinary. Somewhere, a dog barked twice and then fell quiet. The gray house itself stayed still. No lights, no movement. Its front window reflected only the sky and the faint glow from the school behind me. It looked like an eye that had finally closed. Inside the multi-purpose room, the ambient sounds of the building crept back into focus. The projector fan in the corner resumed its quiet, ceaseless spin. An exit sign over a side door buzzed with a slight, insect-like insistence. From far away, maybe another wing, maybe another floor, came a faint, muffled blend of voices and music that could only be a choir rehearsal. High, uncertain notes pressing against the walls, finding each other in the air. Those were the sounds of a living school, one that had moved on, at least on the surface. New kids, new songs, new worries. My brain refused to let go entirely. Over and under those current noises, it still wanted to lay the old tracks. The echo of the booms, the frantic scrape of table legs on tile, the echoing sentence, "This is not a drill." It was like listening to two stations at once, one slightly off the other, the past bleeding into the present with a half-second delay. I took a step closer to the glass until I could see my reflection layered over the outside view. My face hovered above the road, suspended between the school and the house, neither fully in nor out. That was when I heard the click. It was a clean, distinct sound, cutting through the layered hum like a pin through fabric, the sharp tack of a motion sensor light switching on. I turned my head toward it instinctively. Down the short corridor outside the multi-purpose room, visible through the narrow window in the door and through the angle of the glass wall, a rectangular ceiling light had flared to life, flooding the hallway with sudden brightness. It revealed the pale, scuffed linoleum, the display case with old trophies, the closed doors of empty classrooms. No one was there. The corridor held its breath for a second, the glow of the light making the absence of movement feel more dramatic. My heart gave an unhelpful little jump before I reminded myself that sensors react to more than people. Changes in temperature, shifts in air currents, a bug wandering into the wrong patch of space. Still, the timing. Alone in a room I had once shared with hundreds of other breathing bodies, my mind could not help but imagine something unseen, moving just outside my field of vision, tripping invisible wires. A presence that did not register on cameras or attendance sheets, but which the building's blind little machines still recognized as motion. The light stayed on, humming faintly. No shadow passed through it. No door opened. I let out another breath I had not realized I was holding and gave myself the small mercy of a laugh. Quiet and humorless, but real. "Of course," I said under my breath. "Of course it does that now." Outside, the dog barked again, then went silent. Inside, the projector fan turned and turned, unconcerned. The room looked harmless. It probably was. But as I stood there, watching an empty hallway lit for no one, I could not shake the sense that what had happened in this space had not left entirely. It had thinned, the way old paint does, but the outline was still visible underneath. And if you listened closely enough, if you let your breathing slow and your eyes close and your guard drop, some part of the room seemed all too ready to play the old sounds back. I left the multi-purpose room eventually, though it felt less like walking out of a space and more like stepping off a stage where the audience had long since gone home. The door eased shut behind me with a soft click that echoed down the hallway, adding itself to the school's quiet chorus of small noises. the evening crowd had thinned. Most of the alumni had drifted back toward the main entrance, following the promise of cookies and lukewarm coffee and conversations that began with, "Do you remember when?" The hallway where I stood was almost empty now. The overhead lights buzzed gently, casting a flat, even glow over bulletin boards and trophy cases. From somewhere down another corridor, I heard the high, steady whine of a floor buffer spinning over tiles. An oddly comforting sound, the school cleaning itself for the next day. It rose and fell as the machine turned, like a distant mechanical insect tracing circuits in an unseen room. I was about to follow the signs back toward the front when I heard a different sound, the low, familiar cadence of a woman's voice, talking to someone just out of view. I rounded the corner and saw her, Ms. Alvarez. She was standing near the staff room door, holding a stack of papers. She did not seem in any rush to deliver anywhere. Her hair was more silver than I remembered, but the way she held herself was the same. Shoulders squared, a little tilt to her head that meant she was listening more than she was speaking. She laughed at something another teacher said, the sound soft and polite, then patted the person's arm as they parted ways. When she turned and saw me, there was a brief flicker of confusion, one more face in a night of too many, but then recognition settled in. Her expression warmed in a way that made the hallway feel a little less sterile. "Eli?" she said, brow lifting. "Eli Carter?" Hearing my name in that exact tone, half call roll, half surprised delight, did something strange in my chest. For a second, I was 13 again, trying to slide into a seat without drawing attention to the fact that I was late. "Hi, Ms. Alvarez," I said. My voice felt too large for the space. "It's been a while." "That's one way to put it," she said, smiling. She shifted the stack of papers to one arm and reached out with the other. Her handshake was firm, her hand cool and dry. A pen rested in her fingers. As she drew back, she began to click it absent-mindedly. Click, pause, click. We did the small talk first. It felt required, like the Pledge of Allegiance had once felt in this building. She asked where I was living now, what I was doing, whether I ever used all those essays I had written in her class. I asked how long she had stayed here, if she remembered some of my classmates, if teaching had gotten any easier or only more exhausting. Her voice carried easily in the nearly empty hall, bouncing softly off the lockers and painted cinder block. The floor buffer's whine droned on in the distance, a thin mechanical halo around our conversation. From somewhere near the main office, a phone rang once and was quickly silenced. The nostalgia part could have gone on longer. We could have kept exchanging those careful, gentle memories, the ones with rounded edges and punchlines. But there was another question sitting between us, heavy and unsaid. I could feel it every time her gaze flicked, just for a second, toward the hallway that led back to the multi-purpose room. "Can I ask you something?" I said, finally. Her fingers froze on the pen. The clicking stopped. "Of course," she replied, but her voice was different now, less breezy, more careful. "About the lockdown," I said. The word felt blunt in the air. "Back then, the day with the man across the street. Mr. Dalton, the silence that followed was not the awkward kind. It was full, dense, like the room was waiting to see which way our words were going to fall. The floor buffer's hum seemed louder in the distance. A locker banged shut somewhere on another floor, the echo arriving a second late. Miss Alvarez looked at me for a long moment. I could see the decision happening behind her eyes, the way you sometimes see lightning in clouds before you hear thunder. Then she sighed, the breath leaving her in a slow exhale that seemed to deflate something she had been holding up for years. I wondered if that would come up tonight, she said quietly. She shifted her weight, leaned her shoulder against the wall, and lowered her voice. The hallway, already nearly empty, somehow felt more private. We weren't supposed to talk about it with students, she said. Not then. Not really ever. Let the parents handle it at home, they told us. Stick to the script in class. Don't speculate. Her pen started clicking again, softer this time. Click, click. We had training, she went on. You know that. Lockdown drills, safety procedures, all the things they walk us through at the beginning of the year now. But that year, the year you were in 7th grade, they added something new. She looked past me, toward the direction of the office, as if she could still see the staff meeting projected there. We had a slideshow, she said. Threat awareness. Faces of people in the community we were supposed to be extra mindful of. Domestic violence, restraining orders, non-custodial parents, and one slide with him. My heartbeat picked up, just slightly, a quiet drum under her words. His name, she said, his address. Across from the middle school, in bold letters. She swallowed. They told us he was on the registry. They told us he was unstable, that he had a history of inappropriate behavior, erratic behavior. We were told to call the office if we saw him on school property, to make sure kids never went near his yard, to be aware he might be watching. Her voice did not dramatize any of it. That almost made it worse. So you knew, I said. It came out more like an exhale than a question. We knew enough, she replied. Not everything. You never do. But enough to be afraid in the way adults are afraid. She gave a humorless smile. The quiet kind. The make sure your classroom door is really locked kind. What about the calls? I asked. The memory of overheard staff room snippets. He called before. We knew he was getting worse. Pressed against the back of my teeth. She nodded slowly. He called the office more than once, she said. Sometimes he wanted to talk about traffic patterns, about parents blocking his driveway. Sometimes he would start ranting about the noise at lunch, or the way the kids looked at his house. He said we were sending them over there on purpose, that we were ignoring his warnings. The words sat unpleasantly close to the ones I had seen in his file years later. The secretaries did their best, she continued. You know them. They're used to angry parents and weird sales calls and everything in between. They tried to calm him down, to redirect him. They passed it on to administration, and administration passed it on to the police when it sounded bad enough. But they also told us, don't scare the kids. We're monitoring the situation. She said the last phrase with a trace of bitterness, like it had a taste she disliked. Were you scared? I asked. It felt like an unfair question, but I wanted to hear her answer. Ms. Alvarez looked down at the papers in her hand, at the pen tapping lightly against their edge. Before that day, she said, I was uneasy. I parked on the other side of the building when I could. I found myself closing my blinds when I stayed late and the sun went down. You tell yourself you're being silly. You laugh about it in the staff room because the alternative is letting the fear get too big. She lifted her gaze back to mine. During the lockdown, her voice thinned. "I have never heard a silence like that in my life," she said. "Hundreds of children trying to breathe quietly at the same time. Do you know how loud it usually is in a room like that? Even during tests? There's always a cough, a whisper, a pencil dropping, someone's chair squeaking. But that day, after the booms and the announcement, it was like everyone was trying to disappear into their own lungs. The hallway around us seemed to absorb her words. The floor buffer whine dimmed briefly as the machine rounded some far corner, then swelled again. "Sometimes," she admitted, "I still hear it. I'll wake up at night, and for a second, I'll think I'm back in that room, with my back to the wall, and all of you lined up along the floor, and I'll hear nothing, and the nothing will be worse than any scream." We stood like that for a few seconds, two people pinned to a moment that had stretched much farther than it should have. "What happened in the office?" I asked, my voice low. "We were always out here, in the room. But you were closer to the center of it, right?" She hesitated. The pen in her hand clicked twice, then went still again. "One of the secretaries called 911 as soon as the first reports came in," she said. "About him being on the porch with a gun, about the threats. She used the script they give us: location, number of students, type of threat. The dispatcher told her to stay on the line, to keep it open." Ms. Alvarez's eyes drifted past me again, unfocusing slightly, as if she could see the office laid out in front of her. The desks, the phones, the stack of forms, the crooked picture of the mascot on the wall. She put the phone on speaker. Ms. Alvarez said softly, so she could still move around, answer other calls, talk to the principal. We all ended up in there at some point, circling that desk. The dispatcher's voice was so calm, too calm, asking for updates, telling us what the officers were doing outside. She paused, the faintest shiver passing down her arm. The pen clicked once, then again. "And underneath that," she continued, "through the line, we could hear him. The hallway felt narrower. The air seemed to push in around us. They had a unit parked close enough that their radio picked him up," she said. "Or maybe it was some kind of patch I still don't understand." But his voice bled into the dispatcher's. It came and went, like the wind was carrying it, or like he kept moving closer and then farther away. She swallowed, the sound audible in the quiet. "He was talking to himself," she said. "Pacing, crying sometimes, laughing sometimes. The kind of laughing that doesn't have any joy in it, just pressure." I pictured the sagging porch, the wet wood, the static-filled TV inside, the window with the fading letters. "He kept saying the same thing," Ms. Alvarez whispered. Her voice almost disappeared into the hum of the lights. Over and over, to the officers, to the air, to whoever he thought was listening. She met my eyes, and for a second I saw the same fear there that I had seen back then, only older, worn into a kind of tiredness. "I told them not to come here," she said. That's what he kept repeating. "I told them not to come here. I told them not to come here." The words hung between us, echoing faintly down the empty hallway, layering themselves over a memory of red letters on glass that had said exactly the same thing, years before anyone decided to hear it. The gray house lingered in my mind the way a bad dream does, faded at the edges, but stubborn in the middle. Every time I drove past the school during my visit, I told myself I was just taking the most direct route. Every time, my eyes slid sideways to check if the porch light was still dead, if the blinds in the front window still sagged at their familiar crooked angle. It was Grace who finally said the thing out loud that I had been circling. We met at a coffee shop that used to be a video store just off the main road. The counter was staffed by someone who looked about the age we had been when everything happened. Their apron dusted in espresso grounds instead of glitter and glue. We sat by the window, paper cups warming our hands, watching the town's thin traffic drift past. "Have you seen it?" she asked eventually. No preamble, no explanation of what it was. "The house?" I said. She nodded. "They're clearing it out." Finally, the words made the coffee in my stomach sit differently. "What do you mean, clearing it out?" I asked. "Estate sale, then for sale sign," she said. "Or foreclosure, or whatever legal phrase they're using to make it sound like math instead of what it is." She took a sip, stared over the rim of her cup. "My parents told me. They still get emails from some neighborhood list. Apparently there's been a team in and out for a couple of weeks. Boxes, a dumpster, you know." I pictured strangers walking through the gray house's rooms, hauling out furniture and boxes and whatever was left of the life that had been lived there. The idea felt wrong, like opening a closet you know has a bad smell behind it. "You went back?" I asked. Grace's mouth twisted. "I moved away from that street as soon as I could," she said. "My family left a few years after. Everything. Too many police cars in front of the house. Too many nights of shouting next door. But I came back to town last month, just for a weekend. Drove past it. Curiosity is a disease." She told me more about what it had been like, growing up attached to that sagging rectangle of wood and siding. "Dad always made jokes about it when I was little," she said. "Our very own haunted house next door. That kind of thing. But it wasn't just spooky quiet. I used to hear things. Arguments, crashes, late night yelling." She tapped her fingernail lightly against her cup. Tick, tick, tick. "Sometimes it sounded like he was arguing with someone on the phone," she went on. "Sometimes it sounded like he was arguing with the TV. Sometimes, I don't know, just arguing. Words you can't quite catch, tone you absolutely can." She glanced at me, then out the window again. "Once," she added, "I heard glass break. Not a little clink. A full-on shatter. Mom called the non-emergency number. They told her they'd make a note. No one came. Or if they did, they came quiet and left quieter." The late afternoon light outside the coffee shop had the same washed-out quality the sky used to have on school days. Thinned, pale, waiting. "We could go," I heard myself say. "Drive by, just to see." She looked at me over her cup, weighing the offer like it might be a dare. Then she exhaled and nodded. "Twilight," she said. "Seems appropriate." We finished our drinks and stepped out into the cooling air. The town smelled of exhaust and damp leaves, and the faint sweetness from the bakery 2 doors down. As we got into my car, the sky was already shifting to that indecisive purple that hovers between day and night. The route to the house was muscle memory. Left at the light, past the old park, with the swings that creaked even when no one sat on them, down the residential street, whose cracks I could have mapped with my eyes closed. The school rose to our right as we turned onto the familiar road. Its windows glowed with bland evening light, janitors moving like slow shadows inside. There, on the left, across from the glass wall that had once been covered in blackout curtains, the gray house waited. It looked worse than it had through the school windows. Time had not just faded it, it had chewed on it. The paint had peeled in long, curling strips, exposing the raw wood beneath in uneven stripes. The front steps had sagged so much that the top one bowed in the middle, like a spine bending under weight. What little grass remained in the yard was choked with weeds, tall and thin and brittle. A fence had gone up at some point, a low, rusted thing with a gate that leaned inward, its hinges strained. On the patch of ground near the sidewalk, a for sale sign had been planted. The white post listing slightly left, the attached metal sheet swinging gently in the breeze. The sign's colors, once bold, had faded to pastel versions of themselves. A cracked plastic sleeve held a row of empty flyer slots. Whatever glossy sheets had once advertised square footage and charming fixer-upper potential were long gone. The wind pushed the sign, making it creak on its screws. The noise was small, but constant, a complaining little seesaw of metal. I pulled the car to the curb and turned off the engine. The sudden drop in noise made the other sounds rush in. The distant whoosh of a car on the cross street, the soft scraping of dry weeds rubbing against each other, the thin, rhythmic tick-tick-tick of something metallic being nudged back and forth. Maybe a piece of loose siding, maybe the bent latch of the gate. We sat for a moment, both of us looking at the house without saying anything. "The boards are new," Grace said quietly. I followed her gaze. Several of the windows had been covered from the outside with sheets of plywood, their surfaces weathered into warped gray planes. Rusty nails glinted like old teeth along their edges. The front window, the one that faced the school, had a board bolted across its lower half. The upper portion of glass, still exposed, was grimy but unbroken. Behind it, the familiar crooked blinds sagged like drooping eyelids. Grace opened her door, the hinge protesting with a dry squeal. Gravel crunched under her shoes as she stepped out. I followed, the chill air wrapping around my ankles. Up close, the house felt larger, more present, its quiet and occupied kind rather than an empty one. We approached the rusted gate. Up close, the for sale sign's information was stubbornly generic. Contact agent, a blank phone number space where stickers had peeled off. A logo for a realty company I did not recognize. The metal panel swung again, creaking, then thudding softly as it hit the post. Grace reached out and touched the gate with one fingertip. The metal was cool and rough under her skin. The touch was barely there, but it was enough to make the hinge shift. The gate let out a low, reluctant groan as it moved a few inches inward, then stuck. "Still doesn't want people to come in," she said, attempting a wry tone and not quite getting there. The yard was full of small noises. Crickets chirped from hidden pockets of shadow. A piece of loose guttering tapped intermittently against the side of the house in the breeze. Tick, 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 like someone impatiently drumming their fingers. Somewhere beneath the porch, something small rustled. A squirrel or a raccoon, or just the memory of them. "There's something I never told you," Grace said, eyes fixed on the front steps. I glanced at her. The twilight made her features softer, but the tension around her mouth was all sharp lines. "After they took him away," she continued, "after that day, the police cars stopped coming. The tape came down. The house went dark. Everyone acted like that was it. He's getting help now," my mom said. "It's over." Her hand tightened on the gate's edge, the metal lightly squeaking under her grip. "But it didn't feel over," she said. "Not from my window." I let the silence invite her to go on. The wind picked up, making the for sale sign swing a little harder. The faded metal knocked against the post with a dull, repetitive thud. A few weeks later, she said softly, I woke up again. Middle of the night. 3 a.m, like it had some kind of contract with me. I could tell it was late from the way the darkness felt. Thick, heavy, like the whole street was holding its breath. She swallowed, eyes still on the porch. I pulled back my curtain just a little, she said. Habit, I guess. The streetlights were on. Our house was dark. His house. She gestured at the structure in front of us, as if it still existed in both versions at once. No lights, no movement. Empty. The cricket's rhythm seemed to slow for a heartbeat, then resume, and then I saw someone standing on the porch. She whispered. The words slipped out and hung in the air between us, like a dropped temperature. Just standing there, she went on, not moving. No flashlight, no cigarette glow, nothing. Just a figure, darker than the dark around them, looking toward the street. She finally turned to meet my eyes. I blinked, she said. You know, like you do when you're not sure if you're really awake. And they were gone. No footsteps, no door closing, just gone. The yard answered with its small chorus of sounds. The creak of the sign, the tick, tick, tick of bent metal somewhere, the rustle of something unseen in the overgrown grass. It was probably nothing, she added quickly. The way you add a bandage to a wound you know is still bleeding. A trick of the light, a dream, finishing after I opened my eyes. That's what I told myself, over and over. She let go of the gate. The metal sprang back half an inch, jerking against its hinge with another soft creak. But sometimes, she said, voice almost lost in the twilight, when I think about that night, it feels less like I was seeing someone who'd come back, and more like I was seeing someone who'd never really left. The for sale sign rocked, its faded panel knocking again and again against the post, quietly insisting on a transaction no buyer in their right mind could fully understand. The gray house lingered in my mind the way a bad dream does, faded at the edges, but stubborn in the middle. Every time I drove past the school during my visit, I told myself I was just taking the most direct route. Every time, my eyes slid sideways to check if the porch light was still dead, if the blinds in the front window still sagged at their familiar crooked angle. It was Grace who finally said the thing out loud that I had been circling. We met at a coffee shop that used to be a video store just off the main road. The counter was staffed by someone who looked about the age we had been when everything happened, their apron dusted in espresso grounds instead of glitter and glue. We sat by the window, paper cups warming our hands, watching the town's thin traffic drift past. "Have you seen it?" she asked eventually. No preamble, no explanation of what it was. "The house?" I said. She nodded. "They're clearing it out, finally." The words made the coffee in my stomach sit differently. "What do you mean, clearing it out?" I asked. "Estate sale, then for sale sign," she said. "Or foreclosure, or whatever legal phrase they're using to make it sound like math instead of what it is." She took a sip, stared over the rim of her cup. "My parents told me. They still get emails from some neighborhood list. Apparently there's been a team in and out for a couple of weeks. Boxes, a dumpster, you know." I pictured strangers walking through the gray house's rooms, hauling out furniture and boxes and whatever was left of the life that had been lived there. The idea felt wrong, like opening a closet, you know, has a bad smell behind it. "You went back?" I asked. Grace's mouth twisted. "I moved away from that street as soon as I could," she said. "My family left a few years after. Everything. Too many police cars in front of the house. Too many nights of shouting next door. But I came back to town last month, just for a weekend. Drove past it. Curiosity is a disease." She told me more about what it had been like, growing up attached to that sagging rectangle of wood and siding. "Dad always made jokes about it when I was little," she said. "Our very own haunted house next door. That kind of thing. But it wasn't just spooky quiet. I used to hear things. Arguments, crashes, late night yelling." She tapped her fingernail lightly against her cup. Tick, tick, tick. "Sometimes it sounded like he was arguing with someone on the phone," she went on. "Sometimes it sounded like he was arguing with the TV. Sometimes, I don't know, just arguing. Words you can't quite catch, tone you absolutely can." She glanced at me, then out the window again. "Once," she added, "I heard glass break, not a little clink, a full-on shatter. Mom called the non-emergency number. They told her they'd make a note. No one came. Or if they did, they came quiet and left quieter. The late afternoon light outside the coffee shop had the same washed-out quality the sky used to have on school days. Thinned, pale, waiting. We could go, I heard myself say. Drive by, just to see." She looked at me over her cup, weighing the offer like it might be a dare. Then she exhaled and nodded. "Twilight," she said. "Seems appropriate." We finished our drinks and stepped out into the cooling air. The town smelled of exhaust and damp leaves and the faint sweetness from the bakery 2 doors down. As we got into my car, the sky was already shifting to that indecisive purple that hovers between day and night. The route to the house was muscle memory. Left at the light, past the old park, with the swings that creaked even when no one sat on them, down the residential street, whose cracks I could have mapped with my eyes closed. The school rose to our right as we turned onto the familiar road. Its windows glowed with bland evening light, janitors moving like slow shadows inside. There, on the left, across from the glass wall that had once been covered in blackout curtains, the gray house waited. It looked worse than it had through the school windows. Time had not just faded it had chewed on it. The paint had peeled in long, curling strips, exposing the raw wood beneath in uneven stripes. The front steps had sagged so much that the top one bowed in the middle, like a spine bending under weight. What little grass remained in the yard was choked with weeds, tall and thin and brittle. A fence had gone up at some point, a low, rusted thing, with a gate that leaned inward, its hinges strained. On the patch of ground near the sidewalk, a for sale sign had been planted. The white post listing slightly left, the attached metal sheet swinging gently in the breeze. The sign's colors, once bold, had faded to pastel versions of themselves. A cracked plastic sleeve held a row of empty flyer slots. Whatever glossy sheets had once advertised square footage and charming fixer-upper potential were long gone. The wind pushed the sign, making it creak on its screws. The noise was small but constant, a complaining little seesaw of metal. I pulled the car to the curb and turned off the engine. The sudden drop in noise made the other sounds rush in. The distant whoosh of a car on the cross street, the soft scraping of dry weeds rubbing against each other, the thin, rhythmic tick-tick-tick of something metallic being nudged back and forth. Maybe a piece of loose siding, maybe the bent latch of the gate. We sat for a moment. both of us looking at the house without saying anything. "The boards are new," Grace said quietly. I followed her gaze. Several of the windows had been covered from the outside with sheets of plywood, their surfaces weathered into warped gray planes. Rusty nails glinted like old teeth along their edges. The front window, the one that faced the school, had a board bolted across its lower half. The upper portion of glass, still exposed, was grimy but unbroken. Behind it, the familiar crooked blinds sagged like drooping eyelids. Grace opened her door, the hinge protesting with a dry squeal. Gravel crunched under her shoes as she stepped out. I followed, the chill air wrapping around my ankles. Up close, the house felt larger, more present, its quiet and occupied kind rather than an empty one. We approached the rusted gate. Up close, the for sale sign's information was stubbornly generic. Contact agent, a blank phone number space where stickers had peeled off, a logo for a realty company I did not recognize. The metal panel swung again, creaking, then thudding softly as it hit the post. Grace reached out and touched the gate with one fingertip. The metal was cool and rough under her skin. The touch was barely there, but it was enough to make the hinge shift. The gate let out a low, reluctant groan as it moved a few inches inward, then stuck. "Still doesn't want people to come in," she said, attempting a wry tone and not quite getting there. The yard was full of small noises. Crickets chirped from hidden pockets of shadow. A piece of loose guttering tapped intermittently against the side of the house in the breeze. Tick, 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 like someone impatiently drumming their fingers. Somewhere beneath the porch, something small rustled. A squirrel or a raccoon, or just the memory of them. "There's something I never told you," Grace said, eyes fixed on the front steps. I glanced at her. The twilight made her features softer, but the tension around her mouth was all sharp lines. "After they took him away," she continued, "after that day, the police cars stopped coming. The tape came down. The house went dark. Everyone acted like that was it. He's getting help now," my mom said. "It's over." Her hand tightened on the gate's edge, the metal lightly squeaking under her grip. "But it didn't feel over," she said. "Not from my window." I let the silence invite her to go on. The wind picked up, making the for sale sign swing a little harder. The faded metal knocked against the post with a dull, repetitive thud. A few weeks later, she said softly, I woke up again, middle of the night, 3 a.m, like it had some kind of contract with me. I could tell it was late from the way the darkness felt. Thick, heavy, like the whole street was holding its breath. She swallowed, eyes still on the porch. I pulled back my curtain just a little, she said. Habit, I guess. The streetlights were on. Our house was dark. His house? She gestured at the structure in front of us, as if it still existed in both versions at once. No lights, no movement. Empty. The cricket's rhythm seemed to slow for a heartbeat, then resume. And then I saw someone standing on the porch, she whispered. The words slipped out and hung in the air between us like a drop temperature. Just standing there, she went on. Not moving. No flashlight, no cigarette glow, nothing. Just a figure, darker than the dark around them, looking toward the street. She finally turned to meet my eyes. I blinked, she said. You know, like you do when you're not sure if you're really awake. And they were gone. No footsteps, no door closing, just gone. The yard answered, with its small chorus of sounds. The creak of the sign, The tick, tick, tick of bent metal somewhere. The rustle of something unseen in the overgrown grass. It was probably nothing, she added quickly. The way you add a bandage to a wound you know is still bleeding. A trick of the light. A dream finishing after I opened my eyes. That's what I told myself, over and over. She let go of the gate. The metal sprang back half an inch, jerking against its hinge with another soft creak. But sometimes, she said, voice almost lost in the twilight. When I think about that night, it feels less like I was seeing someone who'd come back, and more like I was seeing someone who'd never really left. The for sale sign rocked, its faded panel knocking again and again against the post, quietly insisting on a transaction no buyer in their right mind could fully understand. Getting inside turned out to be much easier than it should have been. A week after the coffee shop and the drive-by, an email landed in my inbox from an address I did not recognize. The subject line was clean and bland, like something generated by a form, Open House, 3BR near middle school. The body contained photos that made the gray house look almost respectable. Overexposed shots with bright skies, angles that hid the worst of the peeling paint. Words like cozy and investment opportunity stacked between bullet points about square footage and close to schools. At the bottom, a date and time, Sunday afternoon. No appointment needed. I stared at the screen a little longer than necessary, then forwarded the email to Grace with a single line. You seeing this? Her reply came a few minutes later. Of course it's on a Sunday. You going? I answered truthfully. I think I have to. The day of the open house was cooler, bright in that washed-out way that makes everything look a little more fragile. I parked a block away, more out of habit than necessity, and walked the rest of the distance. The for sale sign still rocked in the thin breeze, but someone had replaced the missing info. A fresh phone number sticker, a glossy brochure clipped to the metal. A small folding A-frame sign stood on the sidewalk. Open house. Please come in, with an arrow pointing toward the gate. Please come in. The irony sat badly in my throat. The gate complained as I pushed it fully open, rust grinding on rust. Weeds brushed against my ankles as I stepped onto the path. Up close, the house's tiredness was even more obvious. Hairline cracks in the foundation. A line of dirt marking where the rain had dragged years of dust down the siding. A wasp's nest abandoned under the eaves. The front door, once a solid presence viewed from across the street, now stood slightly ajar. A temporary lockbox hung from the knob. Someone had taped a sheet of paper to the door at eye level. Welcome. Ring or knock if door is closed. Shoes optional. A smiley face had been drawn next to the words, its marker ink already beginning to bleed at the edges. I stepped inside. The first sensation was air. It did not rush at me dramatically. It just sat there, heavy and stale. It smelled like old carpet and dust and the faint, sour ghost of long ago cooking. Underneath all of that, so faint I might have imagined it, was something metallic, like a copper coin pressed against the back of the tongue. Dust motes shifted lazily in the light from the open door, floating in slow, careless spirals. The entryway was smaller than I had always pictured from the outside, a narrow strip of linoleum that had yellowed unevenly, with a line of hooks on the wall where coats once lived. Most of the hooks were empty. One still held a hardened, cracked length of something that might have been a plastic grocery bag once, twisted around itself like a forgotten thought. Hello, I called out reflexively. My voice bounced back off the walls and the ceiling, sounding thinner and more uncertain on the return. There was no answer. A small card table had been set up near the door, holding a stack of flyers and a ballpoint pen chained to a clipboard with a sign-in sheet. Only 3 names dotted the page. The column for phone numbers was mostly blank. From somewhere deeper in the house, I heard a radio playing softly, just enough volume to keep an agent occupied if no one came, not enough to be intrusive. The station was one of those adult contemporary mixes, a gentle wash of anonymous guitar and soft vocals. No human voices in the immediate rooms. I stepped fully into the hallway. The floorboards immediately told on me. They creaked under my weight, not dramatically, but with the weary complaint of wood that has been carrying the same burdens for too long. Each footfall produced a slightly different note, a higher whine near the wall, a lower groan in the center, the occasional small crackle as something unseen shifted under the boards. Narrow walls closed in on either side of the hallway, painted in a color that might once have been white, but had slowly drifted into shades of nicotine and shadow. In some places, faint vertical stains betrayed the path of old water damage, like the house had tried to weep, and this was as far as it had gotten. To my left, a doorway opened into a tiny kitchen. The linoleum there was different from the entryway, but equally tired, its pattern of faded faux tile worn through in the spots where feet had stood the longest. A fridge hummed in the corner, its motor buzzing with that particular vibration old appliances have, steadfast, but on the edge of giving up. The cupboards hung slightly askew. A single spoon lay in the sink, tarnished and forgotten. I did not linger. The sense of intrusion felt stronger in the small spaces. The living room faced the school. This had always been true, but standing in it made the arrangement feel more intimate, almost confrontational. The carpet was flattened in the pathways where someone had walked the most, between the couch, now gone, but its outline remained in dust shadows, and the TV stand, between the front window and the hallway. The air was heavier here, weighed down by the fact that this was the room I had always imagined him in. Standing, sitting, pacing, watching. The front window dominated one wall. From the outside, it had been a blank, dark rectangle. From here, it was a frame for a view my younger self had never fully considered. The strip of school lawn, the road, the glass wall of the multi-purpose room. Even now, I could see part of it through gaps in the trees and parked cars, the school's windows reflecting the sky. The glass itself had been cleaned. I could tell from the faint scent of commercial cleaner that clung to the sill and the streak patterns left when the sun hit at the right angle. But cleaning is not the same as erasing. As I moved closer, the light shifted, and there they were, faint, uneven traces. Not words, not shapes you could read, just the suggestion of strokes, the ghost paths of something thicker that had once been dragged across this surface. A diagonal smear here, a curved motion there. If you did not know what had been written, your mind might have supplied something harmless. But I did know, and the knowledge filled in the gaps whether I wanted it to or not. Don't come here, or I'll kill you. My reflection layered over those almost invisible tracks, my older face hovering in the same spot where his hand had been, where his breath had fogged the glass. The metallic scent returned briefly, sharper now, as if my body were remembering it rather than actually smelling it. On the wooden sill below the window, my fingers found more evidence. Tiny scratches scored the surface, clustered near the center. Not the straight lines of a pet's claws, Not the broad gouges of furniture being moved. These were thin, shallow, curved slightly, like crescents. Fingernails, I thought. Digging in. I imagined someone bracing their hands there, leaning close as they wrote on the inside of their world. I stepped back, the floor complaining again under my heel. Somewhere deeper in the house, a soft plip drew my attention. A single drop of water falling into something hollow. I followed the faint sound down the hallway, past a doorway that revealed a small bedroom with peeling wallpaper, another with nothing but an outline on the floor where a bed had once stood. The dripping grew slightly louder as I neared a narrow door in the wall. It was one of those interior doors that never look important until you open them. Plain, with a simple knob, set into the space between rooms as if the architect had decided at the last minute that there needed to be somewhere to put all the things people did not want to see. A hall closet. I turned the knob. It stuck for a moment, then gave with a dry sigh. The closet smelled deeper than the rest of the house, less circulated, stale fabric and plaster dust and something else, old metal perhaps, or the ghost of something chemical that had long since evaporated. On the floor leaned a broken mirror, its frame cheap and flaking, its glass fractured into jagged triangles, held together by the stubbornness of the backing. My reflection appeared in warped segments, my face divided and multiplied, eyes misaligned. Careful not to slice my fingers, I lifted the mirror slightly, angling it to see behind. That was when I saw the wall. The drywall behind the mirror had not been finished properly. No paint, just the chalky, off-white surface exposed. In the center of it, carved into the material with something sharp and not very precise, were words. The letters were shallow, but deep enough to cast tiny shadows in the dim light. "Don't come here, or I'll kill you." The same sentence, stripped of the theatrics of red and glass. No drips, no smears, just gouged lines, repeated, the movement of someone pressing hard, dragging their chosen phrase into the very bones of the house. Up close, I could see where the tool, knife, key, something like that, had slipped once or twice, leaving small, stray cuts beside the main strokes. The spacing was cramped, as if he had started too large and had to squeeze the last words in before the stud. The O's were almost closed squares, the E missing part of its middle line. He had written the warning more than once. Under the clear carving, faint indentations suggested an earlier attempt, abandoned halfway and overwritten. Layers of the same sentence, trying to occupy the same space. Standing there, in the stale dark of the closet, the dripping sound somewhere in the house keeping time. My mind finally snapped the connection into place. The window was a message to the outside world. The closet wall felt like something else. A rehearsal, a confession, or maybe a reminder to himself of the one rule he wished he could force the world to follow. Don't come here. Later, people would talk about the phrase as a threat. It was one, undeniably. But as I traced the carved letters lightly with my eyes, too afraid to touch them, I could not shake the sense that there was pleading in it too. A man, unstable and frightening, insisting over and over that the only way to stay safe was to stay away. The house answered with its usual vocabulary, a low creak from somewhere in the walls, the faint buzz of the fridge cycling again, the nearly inaudible whisper of dust shifting in a beam of light. I set the broken mirror back carefully, its cracked surface sliding against the wall with a soft, shivering sound. In the reflected shards, My segmented face blurred for a moment with the carved words behind it, like layers of old film misaligned. "Don't come here, or I'll kill you." On the glass, on the wall, in the phone line, in the hallway, still hanging in the spaces between what the teacher said and what they did not. Outside, a car passed, its engine a brief, distant growl. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked once. The house swallowed those sounds and went still again, the quiet pressing close, as if waiting to see if I would stay or finally do the one thing the message had always demanded: leave. The tapes were in a box that looked like every other box in the house. I found it in what must once have been a bedroom, small, with a window facing someone else's fence. The carpet flattened into a vague outline of where a bed used to be. The box sat in the corner, half collapsed, its cardboard sides bowed from years of absorbing damp and dust. On top of it lay a tangle of extension cords and a cracked plastic lampshade, as if someone had tried to bury it under the least interesting objects they could find. I almost left it alone. There is a point in any intrusion where you feel you have already seen too much. I had the carved wall, the faint streaks on the glass, the scratches on the sill. That should have been enough. But curiosity is patient and cruel. I moved the cords aside, lifted the lid. Inside, cassette tapes, dozens of them. Some in their original plastic cases, most loose, stacked in uneven piles. Their clear shells had yellowed with age. The little reels inside sat still. The brown tape wound tight, waiting. Someone had labeled them in thick, shaky marker. Dates, sometimes times, sometimes just single words. Halloween, no one listens. Chatter, kids, street, don't come. A couple were marked only with strings of numbers, the ink smudge where a thumb had dragged over it before it dried. There was no reason to take them. They were junk by any reasonable standard. Outdated technology filled with the kind of half-coherent audio that people record and then never listen to again. Maybe they were mixtapes. Maybe they were police scanners. Maybe they were the last fragments of a mind trying to make a shape out of the noise around it. I took them anyway. The realtor, sitting near the front door scrolling through her phone, barely glanced up as I walked out with the tapes in a grocery bag. To her, I was just another potential buyer interested in character details. She thanked me for coming, reminded me to take a flyer, told me there would be light refreshments next weekend if I wanted to stop by again. I did not. That night, in my apartment, I dug an old tape deck out of a closet. I had kept it for sentimental reasons, telling myself one day I might want to listen to old mixtapes, the kind teenagers made for each other when streaming was still a rumor. That day had not come. This one did. It was just past midnight when I slid the first cassette in. The neighborhood outside my building was quiet in that city way. Car tires on distant streets, an occasional siren far enough away to sound almost mythical, the soft clank of pipes in the walls. I turned off the TV. I left one lamp on, its light pooling on the coffee table and leaving the corners of the room in soft shadow. The tape deck sat in the center of the table, its open mouth waiting. The first tape I chose was labeled Chatter. The word had been written in all caps, the marker pressing so hard it had almost torn the paper label. I pressed play. The machine answered with a low whir as the reels began to turn. For a moment, there was only the sound of tape moving and a faint, constant hiss like distant rain. Then the room filled with static. Not clean static, not the neutral shh of an untuned radio, but layered noise. The mix of a TV on an unused channel, a police scanner cycling through frequencies, the hum of appliances, the faint rumble of traffic. Every now and then, a voice would float up out of the mess and sink back down. A dispatcher reading codes, a TV anchor mentioning the weather, a commercial cut off mid-sentence. Underneath it all, somewhere between the peaks and valleys of the static, another sound emerged. Breathing. At first I thought it was my own, amplified by the quiet of the room. But this breathing was too close to the microphone, a little uneven, a rasp at the end of each inhale. Then his voice. "They're sending them here," he said. The words were soft, almost swallowed, as if he were speaking into the recorder from a few inches away, unsure whether he wanted to be heard. The tape crackled around his voice, the consonants catching on the hiss. "They're sending them here," he repeated. "Every day. More of them. They walk past. They look. They laugh." A dog barked faintly in the background. One sharp sound, then another, then silence. A TV voice, muffled, reported something about a cold front moving in from the west. "They laugh at the blood," he whispered. I felt a slow tightening in my throat. "This is funny to them," he went on. "Red on the glass. Words. They take pictures. They say, 'Great decoration, man. Really scary.'" His tone wobbled between anger and hurt, never settling. "I told them," he said. "I told them don't come here or I'll kill you." A pause. "I don't want to hurt them. I don't. I just want them to stay away." The tape clicked softly as it hit some internal tension point and kept going. In my living room, the lamp hummed quietly. The refrigerator in the kitchen cycled on with a low, familiar growl. I realized I was holding my breath and forced myself to exhale slowly so I could hear the sounds on the tape more clearly. Static ebbed and flowed, thick waves washing over fragments of words. "Won't listen. Ms. warned them. Don't want them looking inside." The sin wave of the experience rose. Each new phrase sharpened him, not as a movie monster, but as something messier. He was terrified, obsessed, desperate to control an environment that had shrunk down to the size of his porch and window. "They think it's a show," he muttered on another tape, this one labeled, "No one listens." "They think I'm doing it for them, like I'm some haunted house on their route." The recorder whirred quietly between his sentences. Sometimes he would fall silent for long stretches. All I could hear then were the things his life sat inside. The TV anchor listing temperatures, the scanner reading out locations of accidents and disturbances, cars passing, occasionally the faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps pacing on what I assumed was his carpet. The more I listened, the more a twisted logic emerged. He was not luring anyone in. There were no invitations in his words, no hints of a trap designed to pull kids closer. He was pushing. Hard. "Stay away," he said, over and over. "Don't come here. Don't look in. Don't send them to the glass. It's not safe. I'm not safe. I told them. I told them." The horror shifted shape. It was still dangerous. A frightened, unstable man with a gun and a fixation on children is never anything but. But threaded through his threats was something almost like self-awareness. He understood, on some level, that he was the hazard. The warning was not a costume he had put on for Halloween. It was a barrier he had tried to build with the only tools he trusted: words, blood, noise. The sin wave dipped there. For a few minutes, the recordings were less about immediate fear and more about something sadder, a life collapsing in on itself, reaching out in the only way it knew how, and being treated as a joke. On a tape labeled Halloween, dated with the year the letters appeared on the glass, I heard the static-laced soundtrack of that morning. Wind, cars, the tinny echo of neighbor voices. "They're laughing," he murmured, barely audible. "They're taking pictures. I told them what would happen. They think it's part of their holiday." A pause. "I don't want to hurt them," he said again. "I just want them to listen." I stopped the tape there, hit eject, and sat in the silence that followed. The deck clicked softly as the mechanisms relaxed. The reel slowed to a stop. In the absence of the static, my apartment sounded too clean. The fridge buzzed. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticked as water shifted. Outside, a car door closed. Normal sounds, safe sounds. My brain, on cue, overlaid the old ones on top of them. The booms, the shouts, the hiss of the PA, the whisper of 3 slow knocks in a dark room. I could have stopped. I should have. Instead, I reached for one more cassette. Its label was messier than the others, as if written in a hurry. A date, a time, a single word, Knox. The date punched a hole straight through me. It matched the day of the lockdown. I slid the tape in. My hands were less steady than before. Play, whir, hiss. The tape opened on noise. Louder static, the crackle of the scanner turned high. The TV mumbling, but too far away to make sense. The recording device must have been sitting on a table, capturing everything and nothing at once. Breathing, again. Closer. Faster this time. "I told them," he said. His voice was more ragged, as if he had been crying or shouting. "I told them not to come. They sent them right across from me. All those little... He trailed off into a rough exhale. In the background, faintly, I thought I heard the wail of a far-off siren, bending in and out of the static like a thin thread. The tape ran on for a minute like that, muttering, stops and starts, the occasional clipped phrase from the police scanner. Units, perimeter, subject on porch. Then clear as if someone had recorded the inside of my own skull. There it was. Tap. A single knock. Not loud, but distinct. Someone hitting wood with knuckles, somewhere close to the recorder. A second knock. A few seconds later. Tap. I leaned forward. The lamp on the table hummed louder in my awareness. My own heartbeat had crept up into my ears. Third knock. Tap. 3 slow knocks, evenly spaced. The hair along my arms rose. On the tape, there was a tiny inhalation, as if he had been startled too. Then his voice dropped into a hoarse whisper. "They are already inside," he said. Static swelled, swallowing the words. The scanner chattered. A dog barked in the distance. The tape ran for another 5 minutes. Mostly noise, no more speaking. Eventually, the recorder clicked off with a mechanical finality. I sat there for a long time, staring at the deck. The rational part of my mind moved quickly, assembling possibilities. Maybe he meant inside his head. Maybe inside meant his house, the officers already in his yard. Maybe the knocks had come from the porch steps as someone shifted their weight, from the wall as the old wood flexed, from the table itself as his hand hit it. But the date on the label was unambiguous. The timestamp, when I wound the tape back and checked the tiny counter against the entry in his file, lined up almost exactly with when our dean's voice had told us to get away from the windows, when we had been herded into the multi-purpose room, when we had pressed our backs to the cinder block and tried to teach our bodies how to breathe more quietly. All that time, We had believed the danger was across the road, contained on a porch under gray sky. On the tape, on the day they covered the glass wall and turned our room into a sealed box, a man's voice had told whatever was listening that they were already inside. Sleep became something I remembered rather than something I did. At first, it was simple restlessness. I would lie down at a decent hour, tell myself I was tired, and wait for my body to agree. The room would dim, the sounds of the building would settle into their usual night patterns, and still, my eyes would stay open, fixed on the rectangle of my window across the room. In daylight, that window was unremarkable. Third floor, view of the opposite building's brick wall, a sliver of sky if you lean to the side. At night, it turned into a black square that did not reflect much, just the suggestion of furniture, the pale shape of my own face if I moved close enough. It was not what I could see through the glass that bothered me. It was what might appear on it. There was a small, irrational part of me that expected to wake up to words smeared on the inside of my own window. I would imagine them in the dark. Big, uneven letters, pressed into the glass from within. The message facing outward toward a world that was not paying attention. Sometimes, I saw the same sentence from the gray house. Sometimes, it was something else. Sometimes it was nothing more than red streaks that refused to resolve into language, like a thought that could not quite form. My radiator did its best to anchor me. It ticked and clanged when the heat came on, the pipes expanding in little bursts. There was a rhythm to it I had never noticed before. Short, sharp taps, followed by longer sighs as metal cooled. In the apartment above me, someone's footsteps paced soft, measured paths, bedroom to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen. Occasionally, a subway or highway somewhere in the distance sent a low, rolling rumble through the air, a sound that could be thunder if you wanted it to be, or gunfire if you were remembering the wrong day. I tried to lean hard into the mundane. Dishes, laundry, emails, spreadsheets. The ordinary weight of a life lived in front of screens and under fluorescent lights. I told myself that I had already gone back, already looked at the house, already taken what needed to be taken from it. The tapes were just recordings, plastic shells, magnetized strips, old noise. But the tapes did not stay in the box. They sat on my coffee table, then on my desk, then by the bed. Their physical presence became part of the apartment's layout, as constant as the lamp and the chair and the stack of unread mail. Eventually, I stopped pretending I was not going to listen again. I started playing them the way some people put on music or podcasts, as background, as texture. While I washed dishes, the tape deck whirred and clicked, the hiss of tape slipping under the running water's rush. Mr. Dalton's voice would rise and fall in the gaps between plates clinking and cutlery knocking against the sink. "They think it is a joke," he muttered once, as I scrubbed at a stubborn stain on a pan. "They think I am a joke." While I folded laundry, his breathing filled the quiet folds of cloth. T-shirts, socks, towels, inhale, exhale, static. I told them, "Stay away, stay away, stay away." I showered to the sound of his scanner clicking through frequencies, a dispatcher naming streets I did not know in a county I had left years ago. The water drummed on tile, the steam fogged the bathroom mirror, and under it all, his voice threaded through the noise, sometimes only a fragment. "Glass. Looking. They are all looking." The apartment adapted. The tapes became another appliance, another sound my walls held and then forgot. The radiator ticked. The neighbor's television leaked canned laughter through the floor sometimes. The refrigerator buzzed, and under it, layered thinly but insistently, came the hiss-right-before voice of the recorder starting up, the soft thump of tape reaching its end, the click of rewind, the whir as it spun back to the beginning. Every time I played them, I heard something new. On one listen, I noticed the rustling of clothes as he shifted his weight. The fabric noise was intimate, human. The sound of someone's sleeve brushing against a microphone, the scrape of a zipper, the faint slap of a hand against a leg when frustration boiled over. On another, I caught the bell. Thin, almost buried under the static, but distinct. The clear clang of the middle school bell, distant but recognizable. It must have drifted through his open window, traveled across the road, slipped into the recorder's tiny microphone along with everything else. Hearing it made the tapes feel less like artifacts and more like bridges. On one side of that small sound, hundreds of kids stood, grumbling and laughing and grabbing their backpacks. On the other, he stood in his house, recording the noise of their existence as if trying to prove they were really there. The sin wave of those nights was subtle. My life would crest into normalcy. A day at work, a conversation with a coworker about nothing important, a quiet dinner alone, and then sink, slowly, almost gracefully, into something closer to dread. Not sharp fear exactly. A low-grade hum of unease that colored the edges of everything. I would catch myself glancing at the apartment window, the way teachers had glanced at the gray house, quick and guilty, as if my eyes were doing something I had not authorized. The window never changed. It remained a simple pane of glass in a cheap frame. Some nights, condensation gathered at the bottom edge. On colder evenings, a faint draft leaked around the sill. The city's light pollution painted the glass a dull, uniform gray instead of true black. Still, when I turned off the lamp and left only the red digits of the clock glowing on the bedside table, the window became something else. It was not just a view. It was a surface on which the mind could project whatever it wanted. And my mind, apparently, wanted to project curtains. The first time it happened, I woke with the kind of start that leaves your heart thudding against your ribs, convinced you have missed something crucial. There was no nightmare to remember, just the sensation of falling out of a thought mid-sentence. The room was dark. The radiator ticked softly. Somewhere outside, a truck's brakes sighed. My eyes went straight to the window. For a second, the glass did not show me the opposite building or even my own half-reflected face. It showed a tall, familiar rectangle, the glass wall of the multi-purpose room, seen from the inside, lit by the washed-out gray of a rainy afternoon. Then the curtains began to fall. I saw them the way I had seen them all those years ago. Thick panels dropping from the top, metal rings scraping along rods, heavy fabric swooshing as it descended. Only this time, they were not attached to any visible track. They were pouring down the inside of my apartment window, blackness covering whatever lay beyond it. Each section that fell erased another chunk of the city, carving away brick and sky, and the orange glow of streetlights until there was nothing but cloth. I could hear the sound, too. Not in the room, but in my head, loud and present. The scrape, the thump, the breath everyone held as the outside world disappeared. Tap. A sympathy pulse of sound came from the radiator at that exact moment, one of its usual expansion ticks, easily explainable. My body did not care. I blinked hard. The image shattered. The window went back to being a rectangle of dull, reflective glass, showing only the vague outline of my bed, the pale smear of my own face, the faint suggestion of movement as headlights passed somewhere below. No curtains, no school, no house across the road. I lay there, breathing a little too fast, counting each inhale and exhale like a teacher counting students on a field trip. My heart slowed by increments. The radiator clicked again, less dramatically. Footsteps above me crossed the ceiling. A toilet flushed. Life went on in 100 tiny and different ways. Trauma, I told myself, not ghosts. The word did not make it feel less haunted, only differently so. In the days that followed, the line between the tapes and the rest of my life blurred further. I would be halfway through answering an email when a phrase from his recordings would surface, unbidden. I would be rinsing soap from a plate and find myself mouthing the words I told them not to come here under my breath as if they were mine. I began to understand that what scared me most was not that the gray house had been a place where something terrible might have happened. It was that the warning had always been there, in red on glass, in scratches on a sill, in words carved into drywall, in muttered tape recordings. And so many of us, myself included, had found ways to treat it as decoration. Now, at night, my window did not just look out, it looked back. And in its dark surface, layered with the reflections of my apartment and the ghosts of old rooms, I could not always tell whether what I saw was something outside me or something I had been carrying all along. It started as a joke. Someone from our year made a group chat, a digital homeroom 20 years too late. Names I had not seen since middle school rolled across my screen in small glowing bubbles. A mix of married surnames, usernames, and profile pictures that tried and failed to hide the faces I remembered. We traded the usual things at first: old yearbook photos, screenshots of terrible haircuts, grainy videos someone had ripped from a long-forgotten camcorder, field day races, band performances, an 8th grade dance where the DJ's lights made us all look like ghosts. Then someone typed, "Do you guys remember that lockdown?" The chat paused, the way a room does when a door slams. You could almost feel everyone's fingers hovering over their screens, deciding whether to tap into that particular vein. The responses came in slowly. The one with the guy across the street, the code red, the booms. A series of typing indicators bloomed and vanished, like bubbles breaking the surface of a pond. A few weeks later, when enough nostalgia and morbid curiosity had built up, a handful of us met in person. We picked a bar that tried hard to be cozy. Dim lighting, exposed brick, candles on the tables, a chalkboard menu written in careful cursive. The air smelled like citrus and spilled beer. Glasses clinked. A low hum of conversation wrapped around us. Not so loud that we had to shout, not so quiet that our own words felt exposed. We sat in a loose circle at a high table, everyone a little older, a little softer in some places, and sharper in others. It took a while to see past the jobs, and the kids, and the small talk to the 7th graders we had once been. It was Ethan who brought it up first, between sips of his drink. "You remember how the dean said nobody got hurt?" he asked, tracing the rim of his glass with one finger. "Like, no students were harmed? All rehearsed?" There was a murmur of agreement. Nods, shrugs. "I swear I heard somebody crying in the hallway," he said. "Like full-on sobbing. A woman, not a kid." "Could have been one of the teachers," Jenna said. "I mean, they were freaked out too." Ethan shook his head. "No, this was different. It sounded like it was coming from the office or something, not in our room. Just this long, ugly sob. I've never forgotten that sound. Across from him, Malik frowned. "I don't remember that at all," he said. "I remember it being dead quiet. That was the weirdest part for me. Like, too quiet. My ears were ringing." "Yeah, same," someone else chimed in. "Just breathing and the stupid buzz of the lights." Their words stacked up. Sobbing, silence, buzzing. It was like assembling a puzzle with pieces from 3 different boxes. "I remember shots," another classmate, Lori, said suddenly. Her fingers tightened around her glass as she spoke. "Like actual gunshots. You know when you hear something and you just know what it is? I heard that. Twice. I still flinch when a car backfires." "Nah," Malik said gently. "They said later there was no weapon discharged. It was all threats, negotiation." She shrugged one shoulder, eyes flicking between us. "Then what did I hear?" We did not have a good answer. Glasses clinked. Someone laughed at another table. A song shifted on the overhead playlist, the new bass line thumping lightly under our feet. "I thought I saw blood," Noah said, speaking up for the first time since we sat down. He stared into his drink as he spoke, ice cubes shifting in the amber liquid. "On the dean's sleeve, when he came in to check on us after the lockdown ended. I remember him touching his arm like he was trying to cover it." "I don't remember that either," I said. "Are you sure?" His mouth tipped into a humorless half smile. "I was sure then," he said. "Now, I don't know. I've replayed it in my head so many times that I could have invented it, but I can see it, you know? Right here." He pointed to his own shirt cuff. "Just a smear, like he brushed against something. Or someone muttered. We went quiet for a moment. The bar noise filled the gap. Another voice, quiet, hesitant, joined in from the end of the table. It belonged to Sarah, who had spent most of the night listening, hands folded around a club soda. "I remember hearing a kid's name," she said. "Called from outside the room, like someone in the hallway yelling it. Tyler, or Taylor, something like that. They shouted it twice, and I swear the boy next to me almost stood up. One of the teachers yanked him back down. No one left the room," Jenna said. "They counted us, over and over." "I know," Sarah replied. "That's what I mean. I remember the name. I remember him flinching, but no one actually got up." "So who was calling?" "It could have been from some video," Malik suggested. "Like someone had their phone on or something." She shook her head. "It sounded close, like it was right on the other side of the door." More puzzle pieces, none fitting cleanly. We told the stories in overlapping bursts, interrupting ourselves and each other. Every memory came attached to a sound. Ethan's sob, Lori's gunshots, Noah's imagined rustle of fabric over a blood smear, Sarah's name shouted from nowhere. I remembered the knocks in the room, the 3 soft taps that I had shoved into the drawer labeled harmless until years later. I remembered the way the air had felt thick, and the words "not a drill" had looped in my head until they lost meaning. But as the rounds of "I remember" continued, a strange pattern emerged, not in what we agreed on, but in what we did not. Where one of us remembered screams, another remembered silence. Where one heard sirens, another swore the building felt sealed and soundless. Where one saw curtains half open, another insisted they had stayed fully drawn. The more we compared notes, the more our stories fought with each other. It was not just small details, it was entire atmospheres. "It's like we were in different rooms," Jenna said finally, with a nervous little laugh. or different versions of the same one, I murmured. Someone changed the subject briefly, an instinctive retreat from the unease. We talked about jobs and families again. We laughed about a math teacher's famous meltdown, about the time a kid set off the fire alarm by microwaving a fork. The bar's sounds wrapped around us more warmly now, clinking glasses, overlapping voices, the occasional burst of real, uncomplicated laughter. But the gray house had settled into the center of the table like a place set for an absent guest. We drifted back to it without meaning to. What freaks me out the most, Ethan said, is how sure I was, at the time, about everything. I would have sworn under oath that there were shots, that someone was screaming, that we heard cops yelling. Now I'm not so sure about any of it. Fear edits, I said. The phrase came out before I had really decided to use it. It records the feeling and fills in the details later. So what actually happened? Lori asked. I thought about the tapes in my apartment, about his voice saying they are already inside, about Ms. Alvarez's confession that even the teacher's memories were wired with their own private terrors. I think some parts are true, I said slowly. The booms, the announcement, the room, the way we all tried to breathe quieter, but past a certain point, I shrugged. It's like the story we tell ourselves about what happened is haunted by the story we were afraid might happen. A silence settled. Softer this time, Sarah traced a circle on the table with the bottom of her glass, leaving a faint ring of condensation. I used to tell myself that if I ever met him, she said quietly, I would just run. No questions, no discussion. Same, Malik said. But, she added, my mom told me something years later. She saw him once, before all that, on his porch, crying. The word landed with a different weight than the others. Crying? I echoed. She was driving home from work, Sarah said. Passed by the school, like always. He was on the front steps with a phone in his hand, just sobbing, hands red. She glanced at me, then away. She said she thought it was paint at first, or grease, something, but he was wiping at it like he couldn't get it off. The bar's playlist shifted again, a new song forming a soft, forgettable wall of sound behind us. She rolled down her window, Sarah continued, because she thought he might be hurt. She heard him say, please, please don't send those kids near my house again, please. Over and over, like he was begging whoever was on the other end of the line. And then she drove away, because what do you do with that? A faint clink from the bar, a bottle set down, a glass placed on a tray, cut through the pause that followed. So maybe he was a monster, Ethan said. Or maybe he was. I don't know. His voice trailed off, unable to find a word big enough to hold everything we had heard and everything we had imagined. We walked out into the night a little later, the bar door closing behind us with a soft thud. The streetlights painted the sidewalk in yellowish circles. Cars hissed past. Somewhere, a dog barked. Ordinary sounds, ordinary darkness. Yet as we said our goodbyes and drifted in separate directions, I could not help thinking that the real haunting was not in the gray house itself, or in anything that might still move behind its windows. It was in the way our memories had twisted and branched, each of us carrying a slightly different ghost of the same day. Some stitched from fact, some from rumor, some from the private shadows we had been too young to name. We had been in one room. We had come out with a dozen different stories. And somewhere in the overlap between them, the sobbing no one else heard, the blood only one person saw, the name shouted from nowhere, The man on the porch begging not to be sent any more kids. There was a truth that refused to stand still long enough for any of us to say, with certainty, what really happened when the curtains fell. By the time I had listened to all of the tapes twice, my apartment felt like it had grown a second, invisible room. One that sounded exactly like the gray house on the worst year of its life. The physical space stayed the same. Couch, lamp, coffee table, shelves with their polite rows of books. But layered over it, in sound, were the contours of his world, the hiss of static, the drone of a television stuck between channels, the stutter of a police scanner, the shuffle of a man pacing in a shrinking orbit. Outside, rain had started again, almost on cue. It patted against my window in a steady, hushed rhythm, blurred the city lights into watery halos, brought back the weather from that day at school with a fidelity no recording could match. I sat on the couch, one lamp on, the TV muted to a low glow. Closed captions crawled along the bottom of the screen, a news anchor's silent mouth forming words that appeared as text about rising mental health crises and overwhelmed systems. Their timing felt scripted by someone with a dark sense of humor. On the table, the tape deck clicked softly as another cassette reached its end. The reel slowed, then stopped. The sudden absence of noise felt louder than the static that had filled the room a moment earlier. I thought of the carved wall in the hall closet, the sentence dug into drywall, repeated until the plaster itself seemed to wince. I thought of the faint streaks still visible on the front window, the way the light had revealed the ghosts of strokes that refused to fully disappear. I thought of my friends in the bar, their stories tripping over each other, each of us carrying a different scar from the same wound. There was no version of this where Mr. Dalton was safe. That much was not in question. He had been unstable, fixated, armed, and close enough to a building full of children that the distance could be measured in seconds. His messages were violent. His threats were explicit. His voice on the tapes carried that particular edge that makes every hair along your arm stand up. Because some part of you recognizes a mind tilting past the point where you can predict what it will do. The danger was real. But sitting there, with his muttering still echoing in my living room, something else had become just as clear. He did not appear fully formed as a monster the day of the lockdown. He had been approaching that point in slow, visible steps, each one leaving a mark someone could have seen if they had wanted to look long enough. Red letters on glass, carved words on walls, phone calls to the school, rambling and agitated, neighbors hearing crashes, arguments, broken glass, a man on his porch with hands stained and a voice begging over the phone, "Please do not send those kids near my house again." Warning signs, in every sense of the phrase. The rain tapped harder against the window, as if trying to be let in. The captions on the TV shifted to a new segment about funding shortfalls and long wait lists. A statistic scrolled by about the average time between a person asking for help and actually getting it. The number was not measured in minutes or days. On the table, a single cassette lay apart from the others. Its label was short, cramped into one line, 11:01 morning, the day after Halloween. I had found it near the bottom of the box, almost overlooked it. When I finally slid it into the deck and pressed play, the sound that came out was quieter than the rest, less static, less outside noise, as if he had recorded it in one concentrated burst, early, before the world had fully woken up. The tape had started with breathing, not ragged, not panicked, just steady inhales and exhales. Then his voice, lower than on the other recordings, as if he were sitting very close to the microphone. "They laughed," he said simply. "They laughed at the blood, a soft scrape, like a chair leg dragging an inch across the floor. I told them not to come here," he went on. "I told them I would kill them if they did. They thought it was for their fun, part of their holiday." Another pause. The faint clink of glass somewhere in the background. A distant car door closing outside. "I cannot make them stay away," he whispered. "They keep sending them. They keep walking past. They keep looking in." The tape hissed for a moment, the sound of his breathing the only thing anchoring it. Then very quietly, so soft I had to rewind twice to be sure I had heard it right, he said, "If I stay, they die. If I leave, I die." The sentence hung there, thin and terrible. If I stay, they die. If I leave, I die. He repeated it once more, the second time barely a breath. Then the tape had cut off with a small mechanical click, as if he had run out of tape or simply could not bear to hear himself anymore. The date on the label was small, but my brain looped it as loudly as any alarm. The day after Halloween, the morning after the blood on the glass, a full year before the lockdown. An entire year in which that sentence existed, recorded in his house, unheard by anyone. If I stay, they die. If I leave, I die. I thought of that like an equation, written on a chalkboard in a classroom none of us had stepped into. A problem with no good solution, only choices about who gets hurt and when. He had chosen to stay. The system had chosen to let him. Everyone else, neighbors, parents, teachers, us, had chosen, in big and small ways, not to push hard enough against either of those decisions. The emotional wave crested there, sharp and high. I saw again the line of kids pressed against the wall, heard again the 3 slow knocks, felt again the electric jolt of the PA saying not a drill. The distance between what almost happened and what actually happened felt paper thin, so thin that when I breathed in, it crinkled in my chest. We could have been another headline: shooter across from middle school, children killed in suburban lockdown, neighbors in shock. The videos would have been played on loop. The tapes, if found, would have been analyzed by professionals instead of one former student in a small apartment at midnight. We dodged that fate, partly through luck, partly through the thin net of intervention that finally tightened just enough, just in time. But the fact that the worst-case scenario did not happen did not make the path we actually walked less frightening. It just made the horror more subtle. The real monster, I realized, was not the idea of one evil man brooding in a gray house, waiting to do harm. That version is almost comforting. You can point at it. You can surround it with police tape. You can say, there, that is where the danger lives. The thing that kept me awake at night was softer and harder to draw a line around. It was the way a whole town could see red letters on glass and agree together that it was just decoration. The way a police report could record possible self-harm and threat, note the wording, and end with warning issued. The way lists could circulate among staff with his face on them, and still the answer to what do we do could be watch, wait, hope nothing happens. The way parents could hear crashes and shouting and broken glass and decide that calling a non-emergency line, or not calling at all, was enough. The way kids like us could grow up inside that quiet, sensing something was wrong, but never having the language or power to do anything about it. He was dangerous, unquestionably, but he was also ill, untreated, ignored in all the ways that matter right up until the moment his crisis spilled out far enough to touch the school's polished floors. By then, all anyone wanted was to declare it resolved, handled, over. On the muted TV, the anchor's segment ended with a line about the need for early intervention and community responsibility. The captions rolled by like a delayed commentary on a story that had already played out years ago on a smaller, untelevised stage. Rain softened against the glass. The building creaked. The tapes sat in their box, the magnetic strips inside them holding frozen versions of his fear and anger and twisted attempts at warning. If I stay, they die. If I leave, I die. He had set it into a cheap recorder in a dim room, and no one had heard it in time to help him rewrite it. We heard the echoes instead, in carved drywall, in Halloween letters, in lockdown drills, in our own nervous jokes. The monster, I thought, was not just the man who had decided the only way to keep the world safe from him was to threaten it loudly enough that it might finally listen. It was the gap between that threat and the responses it received. The gap where all of us lived and laughed and walked past a gray house with a window full of red, telling ourselves it was only part of the scenery. The night I finally decided to say it all out loud, the apartment felt smaller than usual, as if the walls had leaned in a few inches to listen. My desk was pushed up against the window. Bad placement. Every article on sound quality would tell you. But I liked being able to see the sky when I worked. Tonight, the blinds were half closed, tilted so that they let in just enough of the city's dull orange glow to remind me there was a world outside, but not enough to turn the glass into a mirror. On the desk, my laptop, screen dimmed, a cheap USB microphone on a little metal stand, a pair of scuffed headphones, a chipped mug of tea that had cooled to the exact temperature where it tasted like memory instead of comfort. The soft halo from the lamp on the corner of the desk pooled over everything, leaving the rest of the room in a gentle, indistinct dark. The mic's power light was off. For a second, I looked at it the way I used to look at the gray house, aware that once it lit up, things would feel different, even if nothing visible changed. I clicked the switch with my thumb. A tiny pop of static answered, the sort you only hear when the room is otherwise very quiet. The mic's indicator glowed faintly. In my headphones, the live monitoring kicked in. A low, airy hiss. My own breathing suddenly amplified in my ears. The distant whoosh of cars on the street below pressed softly against the edges of the sound, like waves lapping at something half buried. On the laptop screen, my recording software waited, a blank timeline, a red circle daring me to press it. I flexed my fingers once, shook the tension out of my shoulders, and wrapped my hands loosely around the mug without drinking. This, I reminded myself, was the plan all along. People listen to scary stories to fall asleep now. That is a real category. Like fitness podcasts or cooking shows, bedtime horror, whispered into dark rooms where the listener is half turned toward dreaming. I had started one of those channels almost by accident. A small microphone, a handful of true crime stories, some late-night editing. Somehow, it had grown. There were subscribers now, comments, messages from strangers who said my voice helped them drift off, even when the subject matter walked right up to the edge of terrible things. I had told stories about mountain lodges and haunted highways and water that remembered the dead. Always other people's legends, other people's monsters. Neat arcs, closed files. This was different. This was the story that had been sitting behind all the others, patient, waiting, like a room I kept meaning to clean and never quite stepping into. I picked up the mouse. The soft click as I hit the record button felt louder than it should have. On the screen, the flat line of the empty track flickered and came alive, ready to catch whatever I gave it. "Okay," I muttered, more to myself than to any imagined audience. "Here we go." I leaned in, adjusted the mic a little closer, and took the kind of slow breath I always take before a recording, deep enough to steady, quiet enough that it will not sound like the beginning of a sigh. "Hey," I began, keeping my voice low, gentle. "If you are listening to this, you are probably in bed. Maybe the lights are off. Maybe you have a lamp on, just barely. Maybe you can see your own window from where you are lying." In the headphones, my voice came back a half second behind, softened by the room. "I want to tell you about a house," I said. "A gray one. The kind you would not look at twice if it were not in the wrong place." I sketched the story's bones, carefully, the way you might outline a figure before shading it in. The town that sounded like rain. The middle school with the big glass wall. The gray house across the road, sagging quietly at the edge of everyone's attention. I described Halloween. The red letters on the inside of the window. The way the adults laughed. The way the rain blurred the words until they looked like rust. Everyone agreed it was a really good decoration, I said softly. They took pictures. They joked. No one asked why the letters looked like they had been written by tired hands, or why the air smelled like pennies if you got too close. On the screen, the audio waveform drew itself in little blue waves, rising and falling with each sentence. I moved on. The year after that, I told whoever might be listening, we were in that glass-walled room at lunch when we heard 4 booms. We thought it was thunder. It was not. I let the memory breathe for a moment. The PA crackling, the phrase "not a drill" dropping like a weight, the curtains being dragged shut, the adults' voices cracking. I did not go into every detail this time. The full story was too large to tell in one sitting. I gave them images to dream on instead. "Imagine," I said, "a room full of kids trying to make their breathing quieter because there is a man across the street who might have a gun, and they think if they are too loud, he will hear them." As I spoke, my eyes kept drifting off the screen and toward my own window. The blinds were still half closed, the slats angled so that they showed only thin stripes of the building across from mine. The glass looked blank, neutral. Still, I half expected to see something appear there. A faint stroke, a curved smear. Letters, slow and uneven, pushing through from the dark outside. I continued anyway. I told them about the tapes, carefully, without playing any of the recordings, just relaying the essence of the sounds. The static, the TV chatter, the scanner noise. The man's voice saying they laugh at the blood. I told them not to come here. I do not want to hurt them. I found his warnings carved into his walls, I said. On his window. On cassette tapes he made for no one. For himself. For the air. For God. I do not know. The tea beside me had gone cold. The mug sweated a little ring onto the desk. I shifted my grip, keeping my other hand near the mouse, as if being able to stop the recording quickly might somehow also let me stop the memories. Outside, a car rolled past, its tires splashing through an unseen puddle. The faint whoosh bled into my headphones, a soft, low background sigh. I have told you stories before, I reminded my future listeners, about haunted houses and evil men and things that crawl out of the dark. But the thing that scares me most about this one is how ordinary it all looked. A house, a school, a holiday, a joke people made while they walked their kids past a window full of red. The sin wave of the narration rose and fell in my chest. Some sentences came out steady, almost clinical. Others wobbled, emotion slipping into the edges of my tone. I did not try to iron it out. This was not a documentary. It was a confession disguised as a bedtime story. I found myself saying things I had not planned to say. I used to think the monster lived only in that house, I admitted. Now I think the worst part of the story is that there were so many chances for someone to listen before it got as bad as it did. People saw the signs. They just decided they were part of the scenery. At some point, my free hand had drifted to the windowsill, fingers resting lightly on the painted wood. I could feel the faint thrum of the building through it, the vibration of distant traffic, the tiny shiver whenever someone closed a door down the hall. And while all of this was happening, I continued, voice barely above a whisper now. We were kids pressed against a wall, trying to hold our breaths. Years later, we cannot even agree on what we heard. Some of us remember screams. Some of us remember silence. Some of us remember knocks on the wall that may have been pipes or something else. The word hung there, else. I took another breath, steadying myself for the next stretch. My cursor hovered over the laptop screen, the little red light on the mic steady and unblinking. That was when I heard it. A dull knock. Not in the headphones, not layered under the ghost of another recording. In the room. It came from somewhere to my left, behind me, maybe from the wall near the bookshelf, or the pipe that ran down the corner. Not loud, not sharp. Just a single solid thud. The sound of knuckles hitting plaster or wood exactly once. The kind of sound that, in any other context, I would have filed instantly under building noise and forgotten. In the headphones, the mic caught it perfectly. A small spike in the waveform, a brief, rounded bump of sound, a little echo. My mouth went dry. I did not stop the recording. Instead, I let the silence run for a few seconds. My breath the only audible thing. I looked toward the source of the knock, saw nothing but the familiar shapes of my furniture, the faint outline of the door. No movement, no shadows darting away. Did you hear that? I asked, before I could talk myself out of it. My voice sounded different, slightly higher, the way it does when the skin between fear and curiosity gets very thin. Another pause. The mic hummed patiently. That, I said slowly, is the kind of sound your mind will want to make into something. A ghost, a hand, a message. I could edit it out, pretend it never happened, or I could leave it in. Let it be one more little noise that your ears will remember later tonight when your apartment or your house settles and the pipes decide to speak. My heartbeat, loud in my own head, did not make it into the recording. The mic was not that sensitive. I think I am going to leave it, I said, so that when you are lying there, listening to this, and your building knocks, you will know you are not the only one who heard something and did not know what to call it. I eased back into the story, my voice finding its softer register again. The tension ebbed just a little, leaving behind a faint, buzzing awareness of every creak and tap in the room. Outside, a car door closed. Somewhere above me, a toilet flushed. The radiator ticked twice in protest at the cooling night. None of that, I knew, was a ghost. But the story I was telling, about a house, a man, a room full of kids trying not to breathe too loud, that was going to live in people's heads long after the recording stopped. It would ride with them into their own dark rooms, sit in the corner, wait for a knock or a creak or a distant, harmless boom, and then step forward in their imagination. That was the haunting I understood now. Not a figure at the window or a phrase scratched into drywall, but the way a story can climb into the quiet parts of your life and rearrange how you hear every small, perfectly ordinary sound. He shifts a little closer to the microphone, voice dropping into that softer register he has learned from nights of talking people toward sleep. If you have made it this far, he says, you are probably lying down, maybe on your back, maybe on your side, maybe with a phone on your pillow, screen turned away, so the light does not bother you. A tiny rustle as he adjusts the cable, the mouse clicking once as he drops a marker in the timeline. Maybe you remember a day, he continues, when the adults around you suddenly went quiet, when their voices changed shape all at once, when a room full of kids learned, in one strange, heavy moment, how to breathe softer. He lets that hang there, giving anyone listening a chance to see what comes up. A fire drill, a storm warning, an announcement that cracked something in their own school day. I want you to come with me into one particular room, he says. Not literally, of course, just in your head. You are already used to that. You came into my apartment that way tonight. In the headphones, the noise floor sits like a patient tide. A faint hiss, the distant whoosh of cars, the soft ticking of his radiator. Somewhere above him, a neighbor's floorboard complains, then settles. Picture a big room, he murmurs, built to be too many things at once. Cafeteria, assembly hall, indoor recess space. The kind of room where the sound of kids usually bounces around until you cannot tell who is laughing and who is shouting. He takes a slow breath, letting his own memory sharpen so he can offer it in clean lines. The floor is hard, he says. Cold, even through the thin fabric of school pants. The kind of polished surface that smells faintly of industrial cleaner and old milk. You are sitting on it now, backs against a painted cinder block wall that leaches warmth from your spine. He pauses just long enough for the listener to feel their own mattress under them, to notice the contrast. The wall behind you is real, he continues, thick, heavy. On the other side of it, there are offices and storage closets and mop sinks. Between you and the outside world, there is a single tall glass wall. Only you cannot see it right now, because someone has just pulled the curtain shut. He lets the sound of those curtains live in his throat for a second before he describes it. Imagine metal rings scraping along a track over your head, he says. Heavy fabric swooshing down, swallowing the last slices of gray daylight. There is a moment, as the curtains fall, when you can still see what is on the other side. The road, the strip of grass, the gray house. Then it is gone. The room shrinks, not in size, but in feeling. He glances toward his apartment window. The blinds do not move. Outside, a car passes, its tires hissing on wet pavement. The air changes when everyone is trying not to make noise, he tells them. You can smell sweat and cafeteria food and the sharp tang of someone's deodorant. You can hear 100 little sounds that do not usually get noticed. The tiny squeak of a sneaker when someone shifts their foot, the crack of a knuckle, the moist click of a mouth reopening after being pressed shut too hard. He closes his eyes as he speaks, and the multi-purpose room rises up behind his eyelids with the clarity of a place visited too often in dreams. Now, he says gently, I want you to listen to your own room at the same time. He lets his listeners take inventory. Maybe there is the hum of your HVAC or your fan, he suggests. Maybe your fridge kicks on every few minutes, a low, steady buzz. Maybe you can hear cars in the distance, or a train, or a neighbor's TV. All the ordinary things. He waits for the quiet to settle again, for his own apartment noises to demonstrate the point. The radiator ticks once. A pipe in the wall gives a soft, hollow knock as water changes direction. Now, he says, lay my sounds over yours. He does it for them. Outside the room, there are sirens, he whispers. Not right at the window, further away, bouncing off other buildings. The PA system crackles every now and then, the same way the speaker in your grocery store crackles before an announcement. The smell of fear is not poetic. It is breath coming too fast and staying in the air too long. In the recording, there is only his voice and the quiet hiss of the mic. The sirens are imaginary. That is the point. You can hear whispers, he goes on. Someone near you is trying to explain what is happening. Someone else is repeating not a drill under their breath until the words stop meaning anything. A teacher says, "It's okay," in a tone that tells you it is not. He lets a hint of warmth back into his voice. You are safe where you are now, he reminds them. In your bed, on your couch, in the back seat of a car maybe, with the seatbelt pressing against your chest. You are not there with us. You are just visiting for a moment. The sin wave tilts quietly upward. Maybe, he says, later tonight, after this story ends, your building will creak once in the dark. Maybe the pipes will knock 3 times behind the wall. Maybe your neighbor will close a door and it will sound for a split second like a boom. He leaves a small gap, enough for the idea to land. Then he smooths it. You do not have to move, he says softly. You do not have to answer. You do not have to get up and check. Those sounds can just be your building breathing, your pipes settling, your world remembering that you are here. His hand, resting near the mouse, relaxes. He can feel his own heart rate dropping half a notch as he speaks the reassurance aloud, as if he is talking to himself as much as to anyone listening. The man across the street, he continues, was dangerous. I am not going to pretend otherwise just to make this easier. He scared us. He scared the adults. He scared himself. He carved threats into his walls and painted them on his window and poured them into a recorder because he did not know what else to do with them. He shifts slightly in his chair, the fabric creaking. But the more I learned, he says, the more he stopped looking like a simple monster and started looking like a broken warning sign. A sign that said, "Do not enter," in big bloody letters, and everyone walked past it anyway, laughing because it was October and the decorations were supposed to be scary. He lets the image sit, a sign that means exactly what it says, misread because people want it to be part of the fun. The ghost that follows us, he says quietly, is not him standing at the end of the hallway. It is the knowledge that the message was clear, and we still manage to pretend it wasn't. He hesitates then, feeling the familiar edge of a confession pressing against his teeth. There is one part of the story he has never put into words. Not in the bar, not in the staff room, not even on the tapes with his own notes. There is something I have not told you yet, he says, and the honesty in the sentence makes his skin prickle. About that day, about that room. On the recording, the noise floor seems to lean in. The mic catches the faintest sound of him wetting his lips. In the deepest part of the silence, he says, when the curtains had just fallen and everyone had run out of whispers and fidgeting, for a few seconds, I thought I heard someone outside the room. He hears it again as he says it, that memory echo. Not shouting, he clarifies, not commands, just sobbing. The sound of someone crying the way adults are not supposed to cry in front of kids. And under the crying, a voice saying, "I'm sorry," over and over. His fingers curl lightly against the desk. At the time, he admits, I assumed it was another student, someone in the hall or in a bathroom who had gotten caught outside the room when the lockdown started. I pictured a kid pressed against the other side of the door, the teachers trying to keep them quiet. He blows out a small breath, almost a laugh, but not quite. Now, he says, after the tapes, after the carved wall, after the police reports and the group chat and the years of replaying it, I am not sure. Maybe it was another kid. Maybe it was a teacher. Maybe it was no one at all. Just my brain trying to give shape to the fear in the hallway. A beat. Or maybe, he says, it was a man on a porch, hands red, saying he was sorry into a phone while 100 children held their breath across the road. He does not linger there. He lets the thought pass like a shadow over a wall. What I know, he tells his unseen listeners, is that whatever you heard in your own rooms, on your own hard days, the creaks, the knocks, the things you thought were calling your name, those sounds belong first to the building and the pipes and the wind. Your mind is very good at turning them into monsters when it needs something to hang its fear on. He softens his voice even further, almost a murmur now. Tonight, he says, if the room settles around you and the floor or the wall gives a little sigh, you can let it be just that. You can tell yourself, that is not a man across the street. That is not a warning I am too late to read. That is just my house, my apartment, my dorm, remembering it is still standing. He glances once more at his window. The glass looks back at him with its usual, indifferent face. No letters, no handprints, just the reflection of a lamp, a microphone, and a man speaking softly to people he will never see. In the end, he says, the room that held its breath let it out again. We walked away. We grew up. We put the story in boxes and group chats and late night recordings. Maybe that is the real haunting. Not that something is still out there looking in, but that the part of us who learned to breathe softer has never fully exhaled. He lets the silence stretch just long enough for one more shared breath. His in the apartment, theirs in whatever dark rooms they occupy, before he reaches gently toward the mouse, ready to carry them into the last turn of the story. He lets his hand rest for a moment on the mouse, watching the thin blue waveform creep across the screen. The room around him is small and quiet, but the story he is wrapping around your night has grown larger than the apartment, larger than the town it came from. By now, he says, his voice low and even, you are probably aware of your own room. He is not guessing. He has done this enough times to know how it goes. Maybe you are on your back, staring at the ceiling. He continues softly. Maybe you are curled on your side, the phone or the laptop lying near you, screen dimmed. Maybe there is a little bit of light sneaking in from the hallway or the street, just enough to give shape to your furniture. He gives you a moment to notice it. Listen, he says, right now, not to me, just to where you are. He goes quiet. The recording does not stop. It simply lets the room breathe. The faint whine of electronics hums at the edge of hearing. Somewhere in your place, a fridge ticks as it settles into a new cycle, then starts its low, steady buzz. The air system, HVAC, fan, heater, old radiator, adds its own long exhale. If you live near a highway, you might hear the constant, distant sigh of tires on asphalt. If not, there might be a single car now and then, a late commuter, a rideshare driver, someone else moving through the dark while you lie still. Maybe there is a clock, not the bright digital shout of a phone screen, but a quieter one. The soft, stubborn tick of hands moving. This second, then the next. All those sounds, he says gently, are your room telling you it is still here, that the walls are standing, that the floor is holding, that the machines are doing what machines do. He lets his mind slide back, just enough to pull one more image forward. Now lay one more room over it, he murmurs, the one we have been walking through all night. The big echoing space at the middle school, the floor hard and cold, the curtains heavy and black, the air full of 100 kids trying not to cry. He does not push you into it, only lets it drift across your awareness like a transparent overlay. In that room, he says, every cough felt too loud. Every shuffle of a shoe sounded like a shout. The quiet was not peace. It was fear pressing down on shoulders and throats. Sirens smeared themselves thin across the glass from outside. The PA crackled and went dead. Somewhere, very far away, a teacher's voice broke on a word she meant to say calmly. He pauses, then fades it out. But you are not there, he reminds you, voice steady. You are here, in your bed, in your chair, in the back seat, wherever you have chosen to let this story walk beside you. You have curtains or blinds of your own. You have a window. He turns his head to glance at his, then back at the mic. Maybe there is nothing to see out of it right now but dark, he says. Maybe a streetlight is painting one little patch of the world in dull orange. Maybe the glass is just a black square with a faint reflection of your face if you look hard enough. He breathes in once, slow and audible, then lets the air out on the next sentence. If, after this story ends, he says, you hear 3 slow knocks on the wall, under the floor, in the pipes, you do not have to decide what it means. He leaves a space after the word decide, like he knows your imagination will try to fill it. You do not have to get up, he goes on. You do not have to walk to the window and check if there are words on the glass. You do not have to picture a gray house across the road, or a man on a porch, or a room full of kids holding their breath. You can let the knocks belong to the building, the way a heartbeat belongs to a body. In his apartment, something in the plumbing ticks twice, as if to illustrate the point. The microphone catches it as a tiny, harmless blip. Some houses remember their worst nights, he says quietly. They hold on to every slammed door, every raised voice, every time someone slid down a wall and cried where no one could see. If you stay in them long enough, you can almost hear it. The echo of those moments, trapped in the paint and the carpet and the beams. He shifts slightly, the chair giving a soft sigh. Some windows, he continues, hold the ghost of words wiped away. Maybe not in blood, maybe just in grease from a child's hand or steam from a shower. Messages that once said, I am here, or please listen, or I am not okay. Erased because they made someone uncomfortable. The glass never quite forgets. In the right light, you can see the streaks. His fingers tap once, absently, on the desk. And some people, he says, become warnings nobody wants to read. They get filed under weird neighbor, difficult parent, problem student. Their sentences are too messy. Their pain is not cute enough for a seasonal decoration. So when they finally write it big enough on their life that everyone can see, the first reaction is to laugh or to look away. The rain outside his own window has become a light, steady whisper, barely there. The man in the gray house was one of those warnings, he says. He hurt people, and he scared people, and he stood far too close to a school with thoughts in his head that should never have been his to carry alone. None of this is to make him a hero. He is not one. He softens the next part, bending it towards something like gratitude. But the children in that room, he says, grew up. No one in that school was shot that day. No parent had to stand in front of cameras and talk about their child in the past tense. The worst case ending did not arrive, even though the path to it was laid out in letters and calls and carved drywall for a very long time. He lets the relief sit there, quiet but solid. The world, he adds, was given a chance to learn something from a story that almost became much worse than the one you heard tonight. What it did with that chance is an ongoing question, but the chance was there. He shifts his address more squarely to you now, the you that has been lying in the dark and lending him your ears. Tonight, he says, your walls are not hiding a room full of frightened kids. They are only holding you up. They are keeping the roof over you, keeping the cold out, keeping the neighbors' lives mostly on their side and yours on yours. He glances once more at the recording levels, making sure his voice is sitting low and even. Your windows, he says, are not a stage for someone else's warning. They are only showing you the dark or the street or a slice of sky. If there are any streaks there, they are from rain or fingers or cleaning solution, not from something you need to decode before it is too late. He leans just a little closer, as if he could close the distance between his desk and your pillow by half an inch. The only message on that glass tonight, he tells you, is this. You lived long enough to hear another story. Long enough to feel your chest rise and fall, to listen to a stranger talk about a house and a room in a town that is not yours, and to decide, at least once, to listen before you laugh. He lets that line be the nearest thing to a spell he will cast. Fear, he says softly, can turn any sound into a monster knocking. It can turn any quiet person into a threat in your mind. But it can also be a mirror. When you feel it tonight, if you do, notice what it is showing you. The gray house, the man on the porch, the kids against the wall, the adults who looked away, the way you hear your own knocks and creaks. Somewhere in that reflection is the part of you that gets to choose what to do when something or someone looks wrong and asks, in a broken way, to be seen. He reaches for the mouse, the click already forming in his finger. If, after this story ends, he repeats one last time, your building sighs, or your pipes tap, or your floor gives a small, lonely knock, you are allowed to stay exactly where you are. You are allowed to pull the blanket up, feel the mattress, know your shape, listen to your own breathing, and let the sound be nothing more than the world reminding you that it is still turning, and you are still here to hear it. He gives you one more quiet second, the kind of silence that does not demand anything, then ends the recording. Somewhere, miles away, in a room he will never see, you lie in the dark, listening to the last faint hiss of the track, and your window, tonight, shows you only what has always been there. the dark, the glass, and the fact that you are still on the safe side of it.